Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another live stream watch along on the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast. It's match number 36 of this Cricket World Cup. We're slowly coming towards the end of this long tournament, and it's England and Australia. Match number 36 of this World Cup. The run chase about to begin. England need 287 to win. That's a required run rate of 5 and over. But with England in this World Cup, their batting has been up and down. Can they chase down the runs? Can Australia win this game and cement a spot in the top 4? Those questions will be answered in the next 3 to 4 hours of this run chase. But plenty to play for both teams. For England, nothing much to play for in terms of qualifying for the semis. It's all about getting some respectability back and pride, and also qualifying for the Champions Trophy. For Australia, there's plenty to play for. A win today pretty much cements them in the top 4 with the group stage about to end in the next few days. So plenty to play for both teams as we begin this run chase. Johnny Bairstow will take strike, and at the other end is Dawid Malan. And the England openers got a challenge ahead of them. Try and chase down 287. Australia will be looking for early wickets, and Mitchell Starc has always taken the new ball for Australia up front, and he will start off proceedings with the ball, and he'll be looking to get those early wickets. He went wicketless in the last game, Mitchell Starc, following a very tough day at the office against New Zealand, but he'll be hoping for a few early breakthroughs today here in Ahmedabad, as he will be ready to bowl the first over. Johnny Bairstow will be on strike. Yeah, Mitchell Starc, 7 wickets in this World Cup. He will be looking to add to that tally today. The crowd have come in. The crowd has certainly gotten bigger after Australia's innings in the afternoon. So the crowd's definitely come in for this second innings of this match in this run chase. So England, 287 to win. They will need to chase down. Australia did well to get to that score of 286. Umpire Maria Erasmus says play, and we're underway. Starc now into Bairstow. Left arm over the wicket. This one down the leg side. Good take from Inglis. There's an appeal for caught behind from Starc, and he's given him. He's gone. Oh, first ball of the innings. And that is the end of Johnny Bairstow. He's caught down the leg side. An excellent start from Australia. An excellent start. That is the end of Johnny Bairstow. He's got to go for a golden duck, strangle down the leg side. He's gone for a duck. It's 1 for none. What a start from Mitchell Starc. First ball, gets a wicket. Try to work that down the leg side there, Bairstow. Got a bit of glove and bat. An excellent catch from Josh Inglis. That's what Australia needed to kick off this run chase. Bairstow, his horrid World Cup campaign continues as he trudges off for a golden duck, strangle down the leg side. Excellent from Mitchell Starc. As Joe Root comes to the crease, England in trouble early. 1 down for none. Chasing 287. Excellent start from Australia. Not the best ball from Mitchell Starc, but I suppose even deliveries that are not so great can get wickets. And that's what Mitchell Starc did there. It was down the leg side, and Johnny Bairstow caught up with it. Excellent start. An excellent start from Mitchell Starc indeed. Joe Root arrives at the crease at number 3, and he'll be hoping to get some runs. He's had a pretty poor World Cup himself. Very phenomenal career, averaging 47 in one-day cricket, 6,421 runs. But in this World Cup, he's averaging just 29. He's got 2 half centuries, though, but not really. But there we go. He's started well, Starc, in this first over. Important for Australia to take early wickets. An excellent First delivery from Stark. Well, it wasn't his best ball down the leg side, but he got a wicket of Bairstow. He gloved it, came off the bat. Stark now into Root. Pressure on England. And this one, Root steers out to point. He'll pick up a single. He'll come back for 2, and he's off the mark. England's also off the mark, but we've seen it this World Cup from England. This World Cup, they just haven't been at their best. That's for sure. They've just been very poor indeed, and that summed it up with Johnny Bairstow just strangling down the leg side. Came off the face of the bat. And Mitchell Stark, as he always does, he always gets a wicket for Australia. Usually in the first over. So he's done that a few times in his career, Stark, where he picks up a wicket first ball of his first over. And he's done it again tonight. Stark in, this one full. And driven nicely, past mid-off, down the ground for 4 from Root. First boundary for him. First boundary for England in this run chase. John says, hello, John, hope you're well. You say the same old, lose wickets at vital times, middle order weak again. I don't like relying or poor performances from the opposition. Turned it off when Stoinis got out. Yes, John, it was, but they got to a score, 286. That's the score they need to defend, and they've got a score which they can definitely defend because they've got off to a good start with the first wicket. This one full, defended by Root. No run. Jihan said, just tuned in. Did we get a wicket first ball? Well, I am reading it wrong. No, Jihan, we did. Mitchell Stark did get a wicket. Johnny Bairstow tickled down the leg side. As you say, Jihan, we needed Bairstow. He's dangerous. Well, he hasn't been at his best in this World Cup. And that dismissal from Bairstow summed up his campaign. He's been up and down. John says, bit of good old fortune for us. I'll take it. And John says, yes, to Jihan. Bairstow tickled one down the leg side, which he did. Stark in. This one full. Traps him on the pads. There's an appeal for LBW. Mitchell Stark looks pretty convinced. He thinks it's pretty adjacent. Was it going down the leg side? Was it missing? There's a consultation between Cummins, Stark, and Inglis. They've reviewed it. It looked pretty straight to me at first, but we have to look at the replay. It all happened very quickly. An appeal from Mitchell Stark for LBW. Stark getting the ball to swing, trapping Root on the pads, on the crease. Umpire Marais Erasmus gave it not out. What a start this will be for Australia to pick up 2 wickets in the first over of the run chase. Let's have a look. Let's see. Australia have reviewed. Let's have a look. Ooh. Let's hit him above the knee roll. So definitely, was there a bit of bat? No bat involved. There's a flat line as the ball passes the bat on ultra edge. Hits him on the pads there, Root. Hit him high above the knee roll. Given not out by Marais Erasmus. Here we go. Pitching in line. Impact is in line. Wickets missing. Missing the leg stump. Just a little bit too high there. Looked pretty good at first, but just missing the leg stump. So Marais Erasmus will stay with his decision of not out. But Mitchell Stark looking pretty threatening here, which is good. Good to see Stark getting that ball to move around a bit in the air. A little bit off in the last game against New Zealand, but it's been a good start from him in this first over. Could have been wicket number 2, but just a little bit too high. They come through for the leg bye anyway, so Malan will be on strike for the first time. Excellent from Stark. Got the wicket of Bairstow. Nearly got the wicket of Root, LBW, but not overturned on review, was upheld. Stark in to Malan. And this one full pushed out to wide mid-off. Quick single from Malan. And he's off the mark. It's the end of the over. Good over from Australia. The wicket of Bairstow. It's the end of the over, 1 for 8. And that's an excellent start in the run chase. England looking a little bit shaky in this first over of this run chase. Jihan says, just saw the Bairstow wicket. Do you think Australia should have withdrawn their appeal on the moral grounds? John says, umpires call, I bet. Well, in the end, it was missing leg stump. Jihan says a bit too high, and it was. Just missing the leg stump at the end of the day. And Australia have started well in the run chase. Picking up the first wicket. Bairstow gone for a golden duck, caught down the leg side. Excellent catch by Josh Inglis. As Josh Hazlewood will take up proceedings from the other end. A little bit off in the last game against New Zealand, but as we know with Josh, he can be accurate. Jihan says, the umpiring has been terrible. I have to say, I turned into the Afghanistan-Netherlands game yesterday, and Mujib had the plumbus of LBs. Niton Medon gave it not out. Afghanistan didn't have any reviews. Hazlewood in to Malan. This one angled across Malan, leaves it outside his off stump, through to the keeper, no run. Jihan says it was plumb as you can get, and the Netherlands had 2 reviews, so he may as well have given it out. Yeah, well, Afghanistan, well, they burnt their reviews in that game. I did watch that game yesterday. They got a little bit too carried away with the reviews there, Afghanistan, but well, you've got 2 reviews. You've got to use them wisely. And unfortunately, they just burnt the reviews at the wrong time. So you've got to think about these things very carefully. Hazlewood in. This one left alone by Malan. Through to the keeper, no run. Good start from Hazlewood. Right on the money on these first 2 deliveries. That's a good line. Good length. About off stump. Challenging Malan. And England have been a bit poor in their batting. They've been very off in this World Cup. Pretty much reflects where they are on the table. As Hazlewood's in. This one down the leg side. Is there another caught? No. That one's caught a wide down the leg side from Hazlewood. Inglis just trying to bluff umpire Gaffney. Often that's what wicketkeepers would do. But that was down the leg side. No contact with bat or glove, so it's a wide. But apart from the wide, it's been a good start from Josh Hazlewood. Australia got 2 slips. They got a first slip and a third slip. Smith and Green in those positions. Hazlewood in. This one an outside edge. Down to third man by Malan. He'll pick up a single. He moves on to 2. England are 1 for 10. Jihan says, can we please see some good new ball bowling for once from Australia instead of bowling both sides of the wicket? Well, they've started well, picking up the first wicket of Bairstow in the first over from Stark. Wasn't his best delivery, but he got a wicket. And that's the important thing there. So Hazlewood is in to Root. And this one played out to a square leg by Root. He'll pick up a couple, thinking about the second, but they decide just the single will do. John says, can we stop bowling down the leg side? That was a bit of a problem, the New Zealand match. But Australia will be hoping to rectify the line and length today. So it's been a good start with Australia here, picking up the first wicket of Bairstow. And they'll be hoping to pick up another couple of wickets in this power play. Hazlewood is in. And this one catches the outside edge of Malan, straight to backward point. There's no run. Jihan says, also I've noticed the umpiring has been biased towards India this tournament. There was a glove down the leg side against Sri Lanka given a wide, only reversed on review. That's usually the case, Jihan, that if you do review it and it does flick some part of the pad or something, they do overturn it and they do call a wide, even if it's not out. Hazlewood in. This one beats Malan past his outside edge. Through to the keeper, no run. Excellent delivery to end the over from Hazlewood. End of the over, 1 for 11. So that's just the way it goes, I suppose, with umpiring decisions. Excellent delivery from Hazelwood to end the last over. Milan just didn't play. He played the line, Milan. He didn't go searching for that delivery, which was the key there. Crowd still rushing in to watch this run chase here in Armorbet. John says, match fixing Gabe, quoting Gabe there. Well, if Gabe was here, John, he would have said that. As Stark continues, he's in. This one full. In the air. Oh, fell short. Just falling short of Marcus Stoinis at cover. He's grabbing his thumb. The ball hit his thumb, probably lift the nail off. It was a good effort. He's asking for some treatment. Just falling short. He was up in the air for a bit from Root. Yes, it did carry to him. Awkward as the ball hit his thumb there, Stoinis, right there at sort of a cover point. Diving forward, it did carry to him easily, but just hitting him on the thumb, which is an awkward position to be hit in. So he's going off the field for some treatment. Just lift the nail, I think, Stark in. This one full. Beats Milan, all ends up. Pass his outside edge through to the keeper, no run. This is excellent from Stark. He's got this ball moving around a bit here. Excellent. That's what he can do. And Milan, luckily, didn't get an outside edge there. He could have easily got an outside edge. He could have easily been bowled. This is good from Stark. The angle to the left-hander, bowling left arm over the wicket to the left-hander. Excellent from Stark. This is good. Good start from him. Stark is in again. This one full. Driven to Labuschagne by Milan. To Labuschagne at in the covers for no run. John says, nice peel, Mitch. That was a pretty good delivery. Jihan says, nah, that was a drop. Yes, I thought it bounced to him in the first instance, but looking at the replay, it easily carried to him. I just wasn't sure if it bounced or not, but it did carry to him. But good start from Australia. England, a little bit nervous, a little bit patchy at the start of this run chase, a little bit tentative. Stark is in. And this one played down to mid-on by Milan. For a quick single, he dives, he makes it home. Pressure being built on Root and Milan. In the end, it was an okay run, but it could have ended a lot worse. Jihan says, even though Australia have looked scratchy all day, I feel like they're up for this. Well, obviously, Jihan's Australia and England. Of course, you're going to be up for it. Even though it's not the Ashes, it's a World Cup match, but still, of course, you're up for the battle. And Australia have started well in the field, good energy. Stark's been good. And England, as we know in this World Cup, they've been a little bit poor with the batting in particular. Stark in. And Root can only play it to backward point, and there's no run. Well, Marcus Stoinis, in that attempted catch, Joe Root just driving on the up, hit it straight to Stoinis on the fall at that cover region, and just didn't go into the hands correctly. Awkward. But he did well, Stoinis, to get a hand on that and try his best. Don't mean to drop a catch. It happens, but he gave it a go and didn't quite execute. Yeah, just sort of hit him on the thumb, so you can see the nail being lifted up as the ball hit it, which often happens. Stark in. And this one fielded nicely by David Warner at point. Cuts it off. Can't prevent the single, but he does well to save a boundary. Set of the over, it's 114. After 3 overs. David Warner, quick in the field. John says Maxi needs a head slap, but I'll probably concuss him. Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate, John. Jihan says, are we going to see any more Billy Birmingham commentary from you today? Starks in to bowl the last over and he has to deliver. That wasn't my proudest moment, Jihan. No. Just a slip of the tongue, which happens. Hazelwood in, this one down the leg side. Not caught wide by Chris Gaffney. No, we're not going to see any Billy Birmingham commentary from me today, Jihan. It was a bit of a slip of the tongue today on that occasion. So, no. But, yeah, Billy Birmingham, he's got quite a lot of swearing in his tapes. Pakistan are doing well in their game against New Zealand. They're chasing 402, and they're currently 1 for 200. Hazelwood in, this one, an inside edge onto the pads from Root. Attempted single, no run in the end. So Pakistan, they could pull it off against New Zealand. They have to win, Pakistan, to stay in contention. They're 1 for 200 at the moment, chasing 402 against New Zealand in Bengaluru. They win. They stay in contention. And for New Zealand, they started so well in the tournament, they've lost the last 3. They don't want to lose the last 4. They had a bad loss in South Africa the other night, the Kiwis. So that game's going down to the wire. Hazelwood is in. And this one played out to backward point by Root. No run. Root's on 9 off 11. Milan 3 off 9. Good start from Hazelwood. Jihan says, I found that hilarious. Just shows how passionate you are. I was thinking the same thing. It was just a slip of the tongue, Jihan, which happens. As I said, we want to keep the channel family friendly. So, yeah, just a slip of the tongue. But no, it was a close game, wasn't it? It was a good game in the end. Hazelwood is in. This one full defended by Root to Wideman on. There's no run. But he did enough, Mitchell Starc. He got the job done in the end. It wasn't the most tidy last over from him, but he got the job done and Australia won. So Australia will gain a lot of confidence from that win. To win by 5 runs, in a close game like that is a pretty good effort. Hazelwood is in. Edged and just falling short of second slip. Just falling short of Steve Smith at second slip. It goes for 4 down to third man. And Josh Hazelwood bowling. Good line and length. Root just fishing outside the off stump, collecting the outside edge just wide of Smith at second slip. Runs it down to third man for 4, but it could have ended a lot worse for Root. He could have been walking back to the pavilion. Gets away with it. Hazelwood is in. This one traps Root on the pads. There's an appeal for LBW. Turned down by umpire Gaffney. Not going to review this one, Australia. Probably hit him outside the line. End of the over, 1 for 19. After 4, leg by to finish the over. Lots happening in the first 4 overs of this run chase. The ball moving a bit in the air and off the pitch. Hazelwood and Starc just starting to find their radar. That last ball there, yeah, hit him above the knee roll. Probably, maybe height was the issue there. And Hazelwood said it was a little bit high. John says, don't worry. I've heard the F-bomb drop from some who I thought butter wouldn't melt in their mouth. Thank you, John. But no, obviously it was just a slip of the tongue, and those things happen, do they? In the heat of the moment, as they say. Jihan says, apart from the 5 wides, he did okay. Yeah, he did okay. Apart from those 5 wides down the leg side, he did okay. Jihan says, Root said, man for man, they're a much better side than Australia. Yes. I wouldn't say that, given how England have played in this World Cup. As Stark continues, he's in. This one full. Root defends to mid-off, no run. Yeah, interesting comments from Root, but I suppose that's the way it is with Australia and England. These comments will be made and people will scrutinise them and talk about them. But yes, with the way England have been playing in this World Cup, it hasn't been an excellent title defence. It's been pretty poor from them. It's been disappointing. Finishing pretty much on the bottom. Stark is in. This one full and driven out by Root to Abbott at cover point, and there's no run. Joe Root, very fine player. Since 2022 in ODIs, he's averaging 21, which is not what you expect from Root. He's a very fine player in Test cricket, as we know, but he just hasn't been able to really perform of late. So he's been very, very, very poor in this World Cup, very underwhelming, as the England team have. In this World Cup, they haven't been at their best. Now then, sorry about that. We missed the action. Now, there's a review for a potential decision here. I was just playing around with my stream, just making sure that everything was okay. There's a review for a potential wicket here. Is it caught behind or LBW? It's caught behind. Oh, yeah. How then? A review for caught behind. Australia were convinced that it came off the edge of the New Balance from Root. Oh, yes, it did. He's out. Yes, he's out. He's caught. He's out. Root is gone. England are 2 for 19. Excellent review from Australia. Mitchell Stark's got 2. Murray Erasmus will have to overturn his decision and raise his finger and says, I'm sorry, Joe Root. I got that one wrong. You got to go, son. He's walking back. And to quote Billy Birmingham, the 12th man, let me tell you a story about walking, pal. Joe Root is gone. For 13, it's 2 for 19. Excellent review from Australia. Well, 2 wickets for Australia. Root's gone. Well, he's had a very tough time of it in this World Cup. He's got to go. Excellent review from Australia. John says England can't walk the walk, so they have to talk the talk. That's usually the case, isn't it, John? From England over the years. Gian says there was an article on the Sydney Morning Herald comparing Australia and England, and to be fair, their batting is about the same. England may be better, but Australia have superior bowling. Yeah, you could say that. John says, are we going to burn too early? Gian says, seriously? Gian says, do Australia ever learn when it comes to the reviews? It was successful, Jihan. John says, both wrong, Jihan. But Jihan was surprised. Says, oh, wow, that was tiny. Yes, it was a tiny speck on tiny spike on Ultra Edge, but an excellent review. And Australia are well on top in this run chase now. 2 for 19 England, in trouble. And Jihan says, I thought that was another one of Australia's silly reviews, but it wasn't. That was an excellent review. That is the end of Joe Root. It has to go. He's been struggling in this World Cup. So has Ben Stokes. He's been struggling in this World Cup, being called back from retirement, and he's going to have some knee surgery after this tournament. He's going to have a full knee reco to be fit for the India Test Series next year, which is going to be touch and go. Usually knee reconstructions, they do take a long time to recover from. But Australia pick up the second wicket. Root's got to go. John says, no cricket bat handle there. No. Came off the bat. Stark is in now. And this one full defended by Stokes back down the pitch to Adam Zampa at mid-on for no run. Well, excellent from Australia. Excellent. Review. Just what they needed to pick up a few wickets here. And they've done that. Marnus Labuschagne. He said, I heard something, and we might as well go upstairs and review it. So it was all Marnus Labuschagne behind that review. And usually you don't listen to Marnus because he thinks everything's out. But on this occasion, he was right. Just a little bit of a flick, a faint edge, as it went past Joe Root's New Balance bat. Stark in. This one full on the pads, and Stokes works it out to a deep backward square leg for a single. And he's off the mark. Well, Mitchell Starc has started well. This is what he can do, Starc. He was off his radar in the last game, but he started well here against England. Look at the Australian team celebrating that successful review. Joe Root looks at the screen, at the ground, the big screen, and he said, oh dear, maybe I shouldn't have played at that ball, but he did. And he had to go. Starc. Into Milan, who's on strike. He's in. This one full. Milan defends. Back to Starc. There's no run. It's the end of the over, 2 for 20. Successful over from Australia. Jihan says, ironically, it was Marnus that was screaming for that review. Well, he thinks everything's out, Marnus, and he was right on that occasion. So, well done, Marnus. And that's what you want to see, really. From Marnus, just getting the energy up in the field, which is good. England have lost 2 wickets. Bairstow was the first, gone, strangled down the leg side by Starc, caught by Inglis for a golden duck. Joe Root in the last over, caught behind by Josh Inglis, bowled by Starc. Josh Hazlewood will continue. It's been good from Australia in the first 5 overs. Pressure on England. Hazlewood in. This one full. Stokes defends to the offside, no run. Jihan says, just watch that Root one back again live. If you listen carefully, you can hear a little noise. Yeah, it was only a little faint edge, that one. And I can understand why the umpire, Murray Erasmus, didn't give it out. Obviously, a lot of crowd noise. Those faint edges are very hard to detect. But with the technology, DRS, he was able to review it, Australia. And the correct decision was made at the end of the day because he definitely hit it. Hazlewood in. This one left alone by Stokes. Outside his off stump, through to the keeper, no run. Excellent from Hazlewood. This is what we know from him. None for 7, 2.2 overs. A little bit off against New Zealand in Dharamshala. That was understandable. It was a pretty flat pitch in that game. And Australia got the job done in the end. Hazlewood is in. This one full. And Stokes defends to wide mid-on. And there's no run. Excellent from Hazlewood. Good test match bowling here. Jihan says, Marnus said, I can hear a huge noise. Well, he's pretty adamant in the replay when they showed him, trying to convince Pat Cummins of the review. But he batted well today, Marnus, 70-odd. And excellent review from him. Excellent decision from Australia. Hazlewood is in. This one full, defended by Stokes again for no run. John says, much tighter bowling so far. It's been good. It's been good. Hazlewood's been good. Stark's been good. Australia look pretty good in the field. And England, they've lost the most wickets in this World Cup, overs 1 to 10. They've lost 15 wickets. Bangladesh are ahead on 16 and then followed by Sri Lanka in 3rd place, which is no surprise, given how poorly they batted against India the other day. Sri Lanka, they got bowled out for 55. Hazlewood in. This one left alone by Stokes. Passes off stump through the keeper, no run. Jihan says, you can forgive the umpire for not giving that one out, but there are so many obvious ones they messed up. That's why you need DRS so badly. Yeah. Very often hard to try and hear those edges, especially the thin edges, the faint edges, and that one was a faint edge. So, but a good decision from Australia. She answers, so maybe Root should have walked. Well, that's up to the individual batter concern. Hazelwood in. This one defended by Stokes to backward point. No run. It's the end of the over. It's 2 for 20. And it's a maiden. Excellent from Hazelwood. Yeah, Jihan. Well, Adam Gilchrist used to walk. And we all know Adam Gilchrist in that World Cup match against Sri Lanka. Came off his bat or glove. He walked. And he was a walker. But you don't have to walk it. But it's up to the individual batter if they want to walk or not. But usually you just wait for the umpire's decision. As England find themselves 2 for 20 after 6 overs. It's going to be Mitchell Starc to continue to Darwin Malan. He's had a pretty quiet World Cup. He scored a century against Bangladesh, but since then he hasn't really performed well. Starc in, this one full defended by Malan to point. There is no run. John says, you'll never let the Poms live it down good. Jihan says, maiden from an Australian bowler. That's a rarity in this tournament. Well, it usually is a rarity in the current day age of one-day cricket and T20 cricket that, bowl maidens, but Australia have bowled a few maidens in this tournament. They've been scarce, though. Starc in. This one down the leg side. And through to the keeper, it's going to be called a wide. Two for 21. England chasing 287. Josh Hazelwood and Mitchell Starc have been bowling well in this opening bowling partnership. Mitchell Starc, he's third place on the list of most wickets in this World Cup. Well, in World Cup cricket history, I should say. 58 wickets in third place. Only Lasif Malinga and Glenn McGrath with 71 wickets are out in front. Starc in. This one, an inside edge from Malan, down to mid-on for no run. Didn't time that at all. Jihan says, Brian Lara used to walk, and that used to really annoy me. He got many shockers in his career. That's the only reason I support not walking. But now we have DRS. I think batsmen should walk. Yeah, with technology now, it's very hard to get away with those decisions. Obviously, back in the old days that you would have got away with because no DRS, but it's very hard these days. Starc in. This one defended on the back foot by Malan. Back to Starc, no run. Pressure being built on England. Malan and Stokes under pressure. It's been good by Australia. This early spell of bowling. Jihan says, wow, Stark's third behind Murali and McGrath on World Cup wicket tally. He is. Murali's got 68. McGrath's got 71, which is not bad. He's been pretty good, Mitchell Starc. He's in again, Starc. This one full, traps Malan on the pads, but I think he got an inside edge. And there's no run. Half-hearted appeal for LBW, but clearly off the inside edge. You would think, just judging by the reaction of Starc and the Australian fielders, that one coming off the inside edge of Darwin Malan's bat. Yeah, or probably missed the outside, probably missed the inside edge, probably just hit him too high on the thigh. Either way, it was not out. Starc in. And this one full. Malan defends back to Starc. No run. It's been good from Starc. Just the one run from this over. That was the wide down the leg side. But apart from that, Starc's got his mojo back. 2 for 12, nearly the end of his fourth over. It's been excellent. Hazelwood as well. Hasn't taken a wicket, but he's done his job. Good bowling partnership. That's very important. got to bowl well in partnerships. We talk about that with batting, but with bowling as well. Got to back it up from both ends, and that's what Stark and Hazlewood are doing at this current time. Stark in. This one full and slashed away through backward point from Milan for 4. Well, the first boundary for England in a while. It's the end of the over, 2 for 25. Be a little bit disappointed, given a little bit of width there, Stark. Up until that point, it was a pretty good over, but just a little bit too wide there. But nonetheless, pretty good over. Giants not trying to be annoying with my comment about Hazlewood's maiden, but Australia's new ball bowling has been terrible this tournament. Good to see them finally getting that right. No, it's been good. They've hit a good line of length. They've kept pressure on, which is good. Bowling well from both ends. And much better. They would have talked about that against the game against New Zealand, which you do often talk about it on review. So that's good. Australia win. They pretty much are in the semis. They've got Afghanistan next. That's on Tuesday. And then they've got Bangladesh later in the week. Hazlewood is in. This one defended by Stokes to the offside. No run. Well, Ben Stokes, he was brought back into the England one-day team. And it hasn't really worked out for Stokes and it hasn't really worked out for England in this World Cup. So it's been pretty lackluster from England. So Australia, well in control of this match, putting early pressure on England, taking early wickets in the power play, which they've struggled to do. Hazlewood is in. And this one driven off the back foot from Stokes. Through point. It won't get to the boundary. Will it get to the boundary? It won't. David Warner puts the dive in. Cuts off the boundary. Cuts it off. Marcus Stoinis backs him up well. And they'll only come through for 3 runs. And Stokes moves on to 4. England 2 for 28. Excellent from David Warner. He's good in the field. We want to see that. Good commitment. Never gave up the chase. Put in the dive and saved 1 run in the end. But every run counts. Jihan says Stokes' shot against India was a real real talender stuff. Yeah, it was. It was just it was a pretty poor shot. Just swiped across the line and got clean bowled by Mohammad Shami, who bowled an excellent over up until he got him out. Excellent setup. Hazlewood in. This one short, pulled by Milan. Full safe. Out to backward, deep backward square leg. He'll pick up a single. Not convincing. Jihan says great fielding from Warner at number 3. At number 37, sorry. Yes, it was. He's still got that fitness, Warner. Silver Rahul. You say there was an audience question from Wasim Akram answered on his show from user called Dibbly-Dobbly. Was that you? Silver Rahul, I can confirm it wasn't me. Sorry to disappoint you there. It wasn't me. I didn't answer that question to Wasim Akram. It must have been someone else with the same name. So just to confirm that, Silver Rahul, it wasn't me who answered that question to Wasim Akram. Hazlewood in. This one full, driven to mid-off by Stokes. No run. So it wasn't me. Must have been someone else with the same username. So I hope that's answered your question, Silver Rahul. But thanks for joining us. John says, just realised the New Zealand-Pakistan match was rained out. Might set the cat among the pigeons. Thank you, John. Was it? Well, that's interesting. They get a point each. So Pakistan is still in it. And New Zealand as well. Hazlewood is in. This one full, defended by Stokes, behind square on the offside for no run. Yes, that's interesting now. So that game, New Zealand and Pakistan washed out. Well, that's disappointing. It would have been set up for an amazing game if Pakistan were going to chase down the runs. They were looking like they were. Unfortunately, the rain has played spoil sport for the first time in this tournament. So we've done pretty well to get to the back half of the tournament, and rain hasn't been a factor. Hazlewood in. This one full, driven by Stokes to point, and there's no run. Well, that's the end of the over. Dot ball to finish. It's 2 for 29. Well, we'll have a look at the at the match and see if it was rained out, John. But if you're telling me it is rained out, then that's interesting now. Gihan says, rained out surely. DLS Duckworth-Lewis should have come in. Well, I think they've already gone past the cutoff time, Gihan. I think that's why they called the match off. Because they, you got to start by a certain time. If you don't start by the certain time, the match has to be called off. But, I haven't seen any official word yet. But if they bowled more than 25 overs in the second innings, if Pakistan are ahead of Duckworth-Lewis, then they win. If they're ahead of the pass score. So we'll have to check that. Pat Cummins is into the attack now. Stark out, Cummins in. This one, full, pushed out to mid-off for a quick single by Malan. He makes it. He moves on to 9. Silver Rahul says, Wasim Akram is a very boomer about audience etiquette. He does not like weird usernames. He asked the host what was the user's actual name. Yes, say Silver Rahul. That show is one of the best cricket shows around. It has Wasim, Moin Khan, Misbah, and Shoaib Malik. Gihan says, I feel sorry for Pakistan because umpires call them the game against South Africa. Silver Rahul says, there was one rain break earlier, now again rain. Cummins in. This one full and driven out to point by Stokes for no run. John says, that's what I'm reading, but don't think the table has been updated. Gihan says, it can't be rained out, surely, because there's been 25 overs in the second innings. No. So if there's more than 25 overs being bowled, and if Pakistan are ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis score, pass score, then they win the match if they don't go back on. So Pakistan, with the help of the weather gods, are still in contention of this World Cup, potentially. Cummins in. This one full, punched off the back foot to mid-off by Stokes. No run. Silver Rahul says, I thought it can't be called off because the subsequent overs had been bowled. Yeah, they bowled more than 25 overs, so it won't be called off. Pakistan will win on Duckworth-Lewis. As Gihan says, they're ahead on the Duckworth-Lewis. Sorry, John said I was reading the wrong... I was reading this wrong. This wrong. Sorry, that's all right, John. It can be confusing sometimes when it comes to Duckworth-Lewis and how many overs are being bowled. Does it constitute a game? Cummins in. Stokes works it out to mid-off for a quick single. He moves on to 5. Gihan I thought it was 20 overs for ODIs, but they've actually bowled 25.3 to be fair. There should be a result. Yeah, there should be. There should be a result, absolutely. Quick single there from Stokes. Makes it home in the end. Nearly a run out. Cummins in. This one full driven to wide mid-off by Malan for no run. Silver Rahul says, what do you think about the ICC changing rules to allow teams to select final playing 11 after the toss? I think that would be a good rule change. Really? I didn't know that, Silver Rahul. Thank you. I didn't know the ICC were changing that. I suppose it would help teams in terms of picking their 11s and get a bit of an idea. But with all the research, the analytics, all the planning, I think teams are well prepared anyway for whichever team the opposition selects because you do all that research. Cummins in, this one an inside edge, nearly chopped it onto the stumps, Malan. In the end, it goes through to the keeper for no run. End of the over. Sil Rahul says, Pakistan are doing it again. They always nearly crash out from tournaments, then come back from the bottom to qualify for knockouts. It would be good if India do play Pakistan in the semi-final. It would be good. You say, Sil Rahul, they are not changing that. I was just suggesting a possible rule change. Oh, yes, that's why I didn't hear about it. Yeah, that has been talked about from other sources. They've talked about that. Yeah, it could help. Maybe. see if they consider it. As Hazlewood continues to Stokes, but Stokes pulls out, not happy with something behind the side screen, which is distracting him. And he pulls out, and Hazlewood will have to re-bowl. Not happy to re-bowl that one again, Hazlewood. Silver Hall says, commentators were saying minimum overs required is 20, not 25. They might be wrong, I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to read the playing conditions. That will give us the definitive answer with that. Hazlewood is in. This one full, defended by Stokes to the offside, no run. It's been excellent from Australia. Yeah, so we may have to read the playing conditions there, Silver Rahul. That will give us the answer. Well, I think it's 25 overs, I think, for one day is, I think. But if it's a 1 point situation, then Pakistan are not out of it. They've got South Africa to play, Pakistan. So that's going to be tough for them. Hazlewood in, this one full. And Stokes works it out to mid-wicket for no run. Jihan says, I think they should do that. There's been a few instances of injuries happening between the toss and the first ball. Yeah, I've heard about it being talked about, that, you know, it would help. All right, so we've got a bit of an update from the game against Pakistan and New Zealand. Pakistan will need 142 to win on Duckworth-Lewis. Hazlewood is in. This one full. Stokes works it out to square leg for a single. Thinking about 2, but good fielding keeps it to 1. Silver Rahul says, has Australia ever failed to qualify for the knockout in any World Cup? Yes, Silver Rahul. 1992. 92 was the World Cup where Australia didn't go through to the semis. They were knocked out in the home World Cup back in 1992. Apart from that, they've been a part of every semi-final, I think, from the first World Cup since 1975, which they played in the final against the West Indies and lost, where Jeff Thompson got run out in the last over of the run chase. Hazlewood in, this one defended by Milan, no run. As Jihan says, yeah, I don't think 1992 went well for Australia. That was their first home World Cup. Yes, it was. So they didn't make it to the semis in that World Cup. It was England. Pakistan obviously made it in the semis. New Zealand. I can't remember the other team. South Africa, of course. Yes. Because they needed 22 off one ball at the SCG, yes. In 1992, led by Kepler Wessels, who played for South Africa after playing for Australia because of apartheid. That one defended out to point by Milan, and there's no run. So to answer your question, Silver Hall, I think 1992 was the only time. And Silver Hall says, I heard Pakistan nearly out in 92 World Cup as well. Then they came back to win it. Yes, they did. It was the game against England in Adelaide. It was washed out. They got a point. And then from that point on, they kept him in the tournament and they kept winning. And they defeated New Zealand in the semi-final, and Inzamam played a very good knock. Hazlewood in, Stokes pulls them away over deep square leg for 6. An outstanding shot from Ben Stokes pulls Josh Hazlewood for 6 over deep square leg to end the over. It's the end of the over. It's 2 for 38. And that's the end of the first power play. Power play 1 done, into power play number 2. And Ben Stokes just releasing the pressure that's been built on England. Sorry, it was Darwood Malan, my mistake. It wasn't Ben Stokes. It was Darwood Malan who hit that 6 off Josh Hazlewood to win the over. As Pat Cummins continues. John says 92 was the series where Kepler Wessels went back to South Africa. Yes, he did. Towards the latter part of his career. At that stage, he was nearly 40, I think. Came back, played for South Africa in that World Cup, played for them in Test cricket, and then retired. He's now a match referee, Kepler Wessels, in Australia. And he lives in Australia, obviously, because he's got citizenship. And he works for Cricket Australia as a match referee. Cummins starts a new over. He's in to Stokes. This one full, defended out to wide mid-off by Stokes for no run. Jihan says, I was looking at 92 scorecards. Apparently Australia were number 1 in ODI cricket before the tournament. I was surprised to hear that. I thought they didn't do so well because they were rubbish that time. Now, they just didn't play well. It was a different team. The team that won the World Cup in 87, a lot of them retired or and went their different way. They selected a different team. This one defended by Stokes for no run. So it was a different team that they had in 1987 that won the World Cup in the subcontinent against England in the final. So that's why they didn't do so well. Jihan says, but even the West Indies didn't make the semi-finals at that time. No, they didn't. They didn't. Well, obviously the West Indies were coming towards the end of their dominant period. Obviously, at that stage, Cummins in. This one, a short ball, ducked under by Stokes through the keeper, no run. One for the over. So Rahul says, have you heard about Inzamam al-Haq resigning due to conflict of interest? Well, I did know that he stood down as selector of Pakistan Inzamam. But as we know with Pakistan, they always have this sort of thing where there's always disunity behind the scenes and everyone, musical chairs, everyone gets shuffled around with various positions. Cummins in. This one, a quick single by Stokes to mid-on. And it's the first run in the over. Jihan says, I heard it had to do something with his smoothie drink company, Yazoo or something. Jihan says, we need to get either the New Zealand or South African out here. Oh, yes, Ben Stokes and Dawid Malan, yes. John says Australia were defending champions from the 87 World Cup. Yes, they were. And they earned the right to host the World Cup. Cummins in. This one slashed by Malan down to third man for 4. Excellent boundary from Dawid Malan. Slashed away down to third man for 4. Just throwing the hands at that Dawid Malan, hoping for the best. There was no third man in place. So in the end, it was a safe shot. He's had a bit of an up and down World Cup, Dawid Malan. Scored a century against Bangladesh and hasn't really done much after that. Cummins in. This one full, played out to a deep point by Malan. And he'll come through for a single. End of the over. It's 244. 244 after 11. And Australia have done well to pick up the 2 early wickets of Bairstow and Root. Jihan says that bouncer should have been a wide. Terrible umpire once again. Rahul says, if Pakistan get into the semis, they can defeat India. They are exactly the kind of unpredictable team that can do something like that. They can. They can. Well, it would be good if Pakistan can play India in a semi-final in this World Cup, and it'll be a very watched game, that's for sure. Adam Zampa is going to come into the attack. So first time that spin is going to be brought into the attack. Change of pace. And Adam Zampa batted well today. Made a quick fire 29. Late order runs to get Australia to 286. So he's going to come into the attack, hoping to get some wickets. He's bowled well in this tournament. Had a very difficult start, but he's done well to come back from that. And he's right up there in the leading wicket takers of this tournament. 16 wickets he's taken at an average of 19, which is pretty good from Adam Zampa's point of view. And he's got confidence today, scored some runs with the bat, and he's also hoping to take some wickets. So it'll be Darwin Malan on strike. He's 20 off 25. Ben Stokes at the other end, 7 off 23. Zampa in. And this one played out to backward point by Malan. He will get a single. Silver Rahul says, DRS tracking is really untrustworthy sometimes. It is clear to the eye that the machine messed up the tracking. Yes, well, what do we got to remember that ball tracking's a human element as well, in terms of the calculations and how ball tracking is set up. That's why it takes a little time to build whenever there's a DRS. Zampa is in. And this one defended by Stokes to mid-wicket for no run. Well, there we go. Pakistan have won by 21 runs on Duckworth-Lewis. They've won the match in Bengaluru. They keep in the semi-final hunt, Pakistan. Zampa in. This one short. An attempted pull by Stokes. It collects him on the body. And there's no run. So the news from Bengaluru is Pakistan have won. They've kept their semi-final hopes alive. And for New Zealand, they've lost 4 on the trot. But you've got to say the weather didn't play its part. Zampa in, reverse sweep from Stokes. He only gets it to short third man for no run. So Pakistan are still in this World Cup hunt for the semi-finals. Zampa in. And this one defended to the leg side by Stokes for no run. Silver Rahul says, did you hear about the hilarious allegations by Pakistan that India were using different balls for themselves? Some actual former players made that allegation. Really? I didn't hear that, but that sounds a little bit far-fetched to me. Zampa in. And this one, Stokes slaps it out to cover. There was nearly a run out. Malan was out of his crease, but he makes it home. Dot ball to finish. Good over from Zampa, just the one from it. It's 2:45. Back to your comment there, Silver Rahul. No, I didn't hear those allegations that were made, but as I said, a little bit far-fetched from me. Silver Rahul says, what other teams are helped by New Zealand defeat? Afghanistan? Yes. So Afghanistan, Pakistan have benefited from New Zealand losing today. Sri Lanka are pretty much out of it. Bangladesh are out of it. The Netherlands are out of it. So mainly Afghanistan and Pakistan, Silver Rahul, they're still in the hunt because you would think Australia will finish in third place. They've got Afghanistan and Bangladesh. You would think Australia will win those 2 games after this game against England. But if Australia win tonight, they pretty much secure third place, and it's a battle for the 4th place. Cummins in. This one left by Malan. Outside his off stump, through to the keeper, no run. So it's definitely helped Afghanistan and Pakistan today, that's for sure. Keeps them in the hunt, especially Pakistan. They needed the 2 points. Jihan says, didn't hear that, Silver Rahul, referring to Silver Rahul's comments about those allegations. But sounds familiar with what happened in the Ashes, support staff slipping the balls into the pack. Let's not get down those sort of lines. Cummins in. This one full. Work to the leg side by Malan. Sean Abbott will do the fielding at deep square leg. Cuts it off for 2. England 247. Malan 23 off 28. Stokes 7 off 28. It's been good from Pat Cummins. He's bowled really well. None for 10 thus far. So Rahul says Pakistan making conspiracy theories like that. The usual story is BCCI fixes matches. Cummins in. This one short, pulled by Malan down to fine leg. It wasn't convincing. Gets away with it. gets a single. Good pace from Cummins, good aggression. Good fielding from Travis Hare to cut it off for one. Yes, say Silver Hall. This time they're saying separate balls for Indians. So computer chips inside the balls. Yeah. Some people come up with some really weird, wacky theories. But I'm not really interested in all those conspiracy sort of theories or whatever. Anyway, that's what people say, and that's what they say, I suppose. Anyway, Cummins is in. This one short, pulled by Stokes through square leg for a single. He moves on to 8. Jihan says, I'm happy Pakistan won finally. I have no idea how New Zealand scored 400 against them, but also I'm truly supporting them because I feel they were cost by umpire's call against South Africa. Well, Pakistan, they moved to 5th place. They're ahead of Afghanistan on net run rate. So New Zealand, Pakistan, Afghanistan, all on 8 points. If Australia win today, they go to 10 and go to outright 3rd. Cummins is in. This one short, pulled by Milan to deep square leg, only for a single. 50 up for England, 2 for 50. Nearly the end of the 13th over. Silver Hall says, and of course, umpires are all bought off by the BCCI. It goes without saying. John says, if we can scratch a win tonight, it will certainly help our chances and confidence. It will. Cummins in. This one, an inside edge by Stokes. It boggles up into the air, falls safe as Cummins fields the ball. Dot ball to finish the over. Not a bad over from Cummins. And Australia looking to put more pressure on England here. Silver Hall says, Rachin Ravinder is the new find of this tournament. Big bids in the future IPL auction beckoning. He's definitely the real deal. He's a extraordinary player. You know, for his age, you know, he batted well against Australia, scored 100 today against Pakistan. He's definitely going to play a lot of cricket for New Zealand. And Jihan agrees, you know, he's the real deal. He's a real talent. He is. Very, very good player. And good on him. You know, good to see the young players like that really take this opportunity. And New Zealand have been keeping an eye on him for some time. And I can see why they selected him, because he's been good in this World Cup for New Zealand. But New Zealand face a bit of an uphill battle. They've got to win their last game against Sri Lanka to stay in the tournament. You would think New Zealand should win that game. Zampa continuing to Milan. He's in, and Milan plays it out to a square leg for no run. Gian says, best batting talent since Ross Taylor, maybe. Well, very hard shoes to fill. Ross Taylor was a pretty good player, but he'll definitely have a good career for New Zealand, that's for sure. Definitely, absolutely. Zampa is in. And this one worked around the corner by Milan, down to fine leg for a single. He moves on to 26. Stokes is on 8. 2 for 51, England, chasing 287. It's been good from Australia. This pitch is not the easiest pitch to start on. It's been a bit slow and difficult for batting at times. Zampa is in. And this one played out to deep square leg by Stokes, and he'll pick up a single. He moves on to 9 off 31. So he's been struggling a bit, Stokes, in this World Cup. And he's going to have some knee surgery after the end of this tournament. Try and replace that dodgy knee of his. Zampa in. This one tossed up, and Milan defends. Back to Zampa, no run. Jihan says, Saman's 100 has pretty much won an impossible game for Pakistan there. He's batted really well, Saman. You know, he batted well against Bangladesh. You know, some of the shots he played were outstanding. Zampa in. This one beats Milan. Pass his outside edge. Through to the keeper, no run. Good bowling from Zampa. Yeah, Pakistan, they're always up and down, but, they've got an opportunity to qualify for the semis, Pakistan. Destiny is in their hands. They've got a tough game against South Africa coming up. Can they win that? That's the question. If they win that, they've got a chance. Sampa in. This one worked out by Milan to the offside for a single to end the over. Not a bad over from Sampa, just the 3 from it. It's 2 for 53. It's been good from Australia. Good applying the screws to England here. Jihan says, ironically, England scored a lot faster during the Ashes. They did, obviously, different mindset, different mentality, of course, different ball game. So that's why they've struggled a bit. England in this World Cup, but Australia doing a good job. England just struggling a bit here. It's been their batting in this tournament. It's gone up and down. They've really, really struggled. But Australia have bowled well. 2 early wickets up front. And really keeping the screws on England here, which is good to see. Stark is back into Milan. This one full on the pads. Milan works it out to mid-wicket. There's no run. 2 for 16 for Stark into his 5th over. The current run rate has gone up from a very comfortable rate of 5.5 over to 6.5. So it's gone up in the last few overs for England. I'll get to your comment in a minute, Silver Rahul, after this ball from Stark. Stark is in. And this one worked off the pads down to fine leg by Milan for a single. Silver Rahul, you say, do teams keep their eye on Duckworth-Lewis pass scores from the beginning? Do you think Pakistan and New Zealand were aware of the pass scores right from the beginning of the second innings? Or do they look at that only once the clouds come in? Well, you can't really predict if the rain comes or not. So you have to be aware of it. On the scoreboard, you will have a look at the pass score at the end of each over. So once the rain came in and once I had the rain delay the first time, then both teams would have been wary of that. So it's just one of those things that is unpredictable, and you have to really make sure that you're aware of that. But in this tournament, we haven't had much rain. So the weather gods have done Pakistan a bit of a favor today. It looked like New Zealand were going to win that game after making 400. And this one defended to the offside, no run by Stokes. Jihan says, this partnership's starting to look dangerous now. I need to take a wicket. Jihan says they probably don't unless there's a strong indication rain will be coming. Yeah. Stark in. This one short, pulled through backwards square leg from Stokes. It'll be cut off for 2 runs by Sean Abbott. Good fielding. Yeah, if it's really threatening, then teams will take notice of it and plan for it. But I don't think New Zealand and Pakistan thought that any rain was going to come today. It just came out of the blue, which is often the case in India. Sometimes it just rains and monsoons and all that. So, yeah. You just don't know. It's unpredictable. That's the way it goes. Stark in. This one full defended. Worked down to third man by Stokes for a single. Silver Rahul says, I'm not sure Pakistan's batters understand how Duckworth-Lewis pass scores work. I'm not sure many cricketers do. No, they don't. But what you need to know is that if you're above the pass score, then that's a good thing. That's all you need to know, really. And Pakistan were, and they won the game. That's the important thing to know about Duckworth-Lewis. Stark in, this one short, pulled to deep square leg by Milan for a single to end the over. End of the over, it's 2 for 58 after 15. And it's going to be time for a drinks break as well. Time for drinks as the players Need a refreshment. So Rahul says, monsoons are over. These rains are off season. Unpredicted rains. Yeah. Well, we've been lucky with the rain in this tournament. So just unfortunate that the rain came today and didn't really help out New Zealand, but it helped Pakistan. Gian says it was 37 degrees in Perth today, just about cooling down now. So Rahul says, I think Ravi Ashwin probably understands the whole thing. He probably would. I wouldn't put it past him. He'll definitely come across those things. Often players would have a piece of paper in their pocket with the table. We certainly saw that back in the day. I remember in the 2003 World Cup, I think it was South Africa and Sri Lanka, I think, in that game, with Duckworth Lewis involved, and players had sheets of paper in their pockets. So it can be confusing sometimes. I think it was South Africa and Sri Lanka in that game that was rain affected in that World Cup in South Africa in 2003. So Rahul says, what is the current position of the Aussies about Madcad? Will Pat Cummins take the appeal back if Madcad happens? Every team's different, I suppose. I don't think they'll do it. I know Mitchell Starc warned Kusal Perera in that game that Australia played against Sri Lanka, but he wasn't going to do it anyway, Starc. I think he was just warning Kusal Perera on that occasion. I don't think they'll do it, I don't think. But every team's different when it comes to this, but I don't know. I don't know what they've said in the inner sanctum. Probably not. I don't know. Jihan says, why are Indian fans wanting England to lose today? So drinks here in Ahmedabad. England 2 for 58 after 15 overs. Australia have taken 2 wickets, both of them from Mitchell Starc. Johnny Bairstow caught down the leg side, first ball of the innings. And then Joe Root was out caught behind by Mitchell Starc. Good review from Australia. And they've got England 2 down for 58, chasing 287. Silver Rahul says, I know Zampa does Mancats. Well, he did that in the Big Bash last season. I know that. But look, every team's different in terms of this sort of thing. So it's always a controversial sort of issue. Jihan says, it was South Africa and Sri Lanka. They needed 7 off 3 to get ahead. Boucher hit a massive 6 off Murali, then blocked the next ball, thinking that it was all that was needed. Then the rain kept pelting down. Yes. Bit of miscalculation from South Africa that cost them in that match against Sri Lanka in that World Cup. Zampa in, beginning after drinks. This one worked down the leg side by Milan, down a fine leg for a single. He moves on to 29. It was a leg by in the end there. Well, Australia have done well, kept it tight. Not too many boundaries from England. They've soaked up the pressure here and they're getting bogged down a bit. So it's been good from Australia here. Zampa in to Stokes. And this one worked by Stokes down to fine leg for a single. He moves on to 13 off 35 for Stokes. 2 for 60 for England, 29 off 39 for Milan. He's on strike now. Plenty for both teams to play for today. Zampa in, and this one defended by Milan to backward point, no run. Cyril Rahul says, despite all the moral grandstanding, I don't think any captain would take back a mad cat appeal in a big must-win match. Not Pat Cummins nor Butler would take back that appeal, I think. Yeah, as I said, it's different teams, different individuals. This one worked to the offside, a single by Milan. He moves on to 30. But yeah, it's always a controversial topic, that's for sure. Jihan says, and the funny thing was, the 12th man was trying to run on with a message for Boucher. Samperin, this one worked to the leg side by Stokes for a single for Boucher, but Steve Buckner sent him off and told him to stop wasting time. Yes, well, South Africa, they've had their problems with those sorts of problems with Duckworth-Lewis. Obviously, 1992 comes to mind. That was a different set of rules that came down to run rate. And that's why they brought in the Duckworth-Lewis. Samperin. This one keeps a little bit low, not timed by Milan. Inside edge. Back down the pitch to Samper for no run. End of the over. It's 2 for 62. But South Africa, they look pretty good in this World Cup. Could be their year. But they've got a big game against India tomorrow. Cyril Rahul says South Africa choking stories are hilarious and legendary. Well, 1999 comes to mind. Semi-final against Australia and Edgbaston. Cyril Rahul says they keep finding new ways to choke. Well, they can definitely put those, choking sort of tags if they win this World Cup. They can definitely banish those. They look pretty good in this World Cup. It's going to be interesting to see what they do tomorrow against India. Really looking forward to that match. Top of the table clash. Can India win? Can South Africa defeat India, who've been very good in this World Cup, yet to lose a game? Stark is in. And this one worked off the pads by Stokes. Through square leg for a single. And good fielding there from Marnus Labuschagne out there at deep square leg. It's been good tonight, Mitchell Stark. He's found his radar. He was a bit off against New Zealand in Dharamshala, but he's been good tonight with the 2 wickets up front. Jihan says, yes, that's very true. Cyril Rahul, sometimes it's not their fault. Like 92 and 96, Brian Lara denied them, but generally it's their own doing. They couldn't help anything. Yeah, 92, that was out of their control. Stark in this one. An inside edge by Milan, bounces over the top of his stumps. He comes through for the single. Nearly chopped it on there, Milan, but gets away with it, gets a run. Oh, just not far away from the stumps. So Stark looking to get the 3rd wicket for Australia, break the partnership. They've been tied down. Stokes and Milan. Stark in. This one full driven straight back down the ground by Stokes. Excellent straight drive for 4 runs. A little bit over pitched by Stark. First boundary in a while for England. They've been tied down. Boundary for Stokes. Cyril Rahul says, do you believe in pressure? Big games, big game players, etc. Have I heard some respectable analysts say is no such thing as high pressure matches or big game players. Every ball's the same. Every match is the same. Pressure is definitely a main factor, Cyril Rahul. I do believe in pressure, different sort of pressure. Stark in. This one flashed by Stokes. Past his outside edge for the keeper, no run. Yes, in a semi-final is a different sort of pressure. There's no consequences. Like for India, they've won every game at this group stage. But can they handle the pressure in a semi-final? It's very different because if you lose in a semi-final, you're out. You don't go through to the final. But if you lose in a group stage match, doesn't matter. You come back for the next game and you win. So for India and South Africa, can they handle that pressure in a semi-final if it's do or die? It's a different sort of pressure than a group stage match. Different pressure, different things riding on it. So definitely pressure has a big part to play. And it's different. It's different in a semi-final. We say it's a game of cricket. It's just like any other game, but it's not. It's a different sort of pressure. So can they handle it? That's the question that Indian fans and South African fans will be asking once we head into the semi-finals. Can India get the job done? Because they haven't done the job in semi-finals. Can South Africa get over the hurdle and get through to a final of a World Cup? So it's a different sort of pressure. Stark in. This one worked to the leg side for a quick single, nearly a direct hit, but he makes it home, Milan. Single to end the over. It's in the over 2 for 70. Also, the 50 partnership is up between Stokes and Milan. But it's a different sort of pressure, Silver Rahul. Different sort of pressure in a group stage match compared to a knockout. And it's how you handle that. It's a different sort of pressure. So it does play a big part in cricket, that's for sure. Jihan says, I think there are some players who thrive under pressure. Steve Waugh comes to mind. He did. He always wanted to be under pressure. He always thrived on that pressure, Steve Waugh. And he always got the best out of him, like in the World Cup in 1999, that game against South Africa where he scored the 100 and Australia won that game. Where Herschel Gibbs dropped the World Cup. That was a high-pressure situation, and he thrived on it. Travis Head's going to have a bowl. Change in the bowling. Adam Zampa is off. Travis Head going to bowl his off-spin. Obviously, with no Glenn Maxwell in the side, he's going to bowl some overs. Jihan says, so Brian Lara. Yes. He did well under pressure as well. Head is in, and this one worked out to deep point by Milan for a single. So Rahul says, I think Curly does well under pressure, especially pressure while chasing a target. He does. So big game players always thrive under pressure. But it's how you thrive under pressure as a team. And with India, it's all well and good winning, being undefeated, but can they do it in a semi-final where it matters, a knockout? This one, a single down to long off by Stokes. But people always work under pressure very well. They always thrive for the pressure because it brings the best out of you, as John says. Get back to that. Head in. And this one worked out to point. Deep point by Milan for a single. John says, not sport-related, but in my working career, I always worked better under pressure. Yeah, it always brings the best out of you. If you're under pressure, you need to handle that sort of pressure. It brings the best out of you. It's the same in any sport, job, or profession that you do. Head in. This one worked down to long off for a single by Stokes. Speaking about pressure, India and South Africa from Eden Gardens in Kolkata. One of the biggest stadiums in the world at the time. Eden Gardens held over 100,000. Not anymore. Stadium's changed over the years. That one, a dot ball by Head. Not bad over from Head, just a 4 from it. 1 ball left, he's in. And this one worked down by Milan to deep long off for a single. And he over 2 for 75. Not bad over from Head, just a 5 from it. As Australia look to keep building the pressure on England and searching for the 3rd wicket. So we're getting towards the business end of this World Cup. Not long to go before the semi-finals. It's been a long 6 weeks of this tournament, but we're starting to get towards the end. Match number 36 tonight. England and Australia are 45. That's in the group stage, and then we have the semi-finals and the final. So not long to go before we wrap up this tournament and say goodbye to another World Cup for another year. Is there a bit of dew? There is a little bit of dew. Well, yes, there is a little bit of dew out there. Marcus Stoinis is into the attack. And he's going to have a bowl. He's in now to Milan. And this one pushed out to the offside to mid-off by Milan for a quick single. Jihan says, I watched Steve Waugh's 100 at Headingley live. They were under so much pressure. Ponting eased some of that, but once he got out, it was all up to Steve Waugh. The way he attacked Nicky Baudry and Lance Klusner, then Alan Donald, when he came back into the attack, took guts. He was that sort of character, Steve Waugh. He was always gutsy. You know, a fighter, a street fighter he was. And he was a very fine player in his own right. Stoinis in. This one short, pulled by Stokes to deep square leg for a single. England have managed to hit the boundary and then stall a little bit. So Australia have done well to keep the boundaries down to a minimum. And that's building pressure on England ever so slightly. Not quite an easy pitch. It's been a little bit slow, too paced, as we saw in the Australian innings. As Stoinis is in. This one on leg stump, defended by Milan to mid-wicket, no run. It's partnership 58 off 84 for the third wicket. Australia will be hoping to break it soon and get a new batter in at the crease. It's always going to be hard to start whenever you're coming in. But with England, they've had their wobbles in their batting in this World Cup. It's been up and down. They've had batting collapses. They've really struggled. Stoinis is in. This one punched down the ground. Quick single by Milan. He'll come through and he'll make it home. Another single for Milan. 37 for him off 51. Stokes, 23 off 43. He'll be on strike. Batters to come for England. Butler, Livingston, Ali. They've all had very poor tournaments with the bat, especially Josh Butler. The captain hasn't really stood up with the bat. Very fine player, but he's had a pretty ordinary World Cup. And he's coming in next. Stoinis in. This one short, pulled by Stokes to Mitchell Stark at mid-wicket for no run. Ben Stokes looking to get busy. A little bit frustrated, Stokes. Just struggling for fluency and timing. Picking out the fielder in Stark, who did well at mid-wicket to cut that off for a dot ball. So he's getting a little bit under pressure here, Stokes. He's frustrated. 23 or 44, not at his fluent best. Stokes in. This one's short. And Stokes works it around the corner behind square on the leg side for a single. Not a bad over from Stoinis. 4 from his first over. It's the end of the over. 2 for 79. The end of the 19th over. So we're nearly halfway. And Australia have done well just to keep the boundaries down. They'll be hoping for the third wicket, but being patient, which is the order of the day. Jihan says we need a wicket. Cyril Rahul says the Netherlands have been very good. Pleasantly surprised with how good they were. Yeah, you can also say Afghanistan have been the same as well. It's good to see. Good to see them doing well. I think before this World Cup, many people said they weren't going to win a game, Afghanistan and the Netherlands, but they proved everyone wrong and they played some really good cricket. As head is continuing, this one traps Stokes on the pads, but it was going down the leg side. The ball trickles out to the offside for no run. Travis Head getting through some overs of off spin. He's quite a handy bowler, Head. Head in. Stokes advances down the wicket, works it to a deep long on for a single. He moves on to 25 of 47. Milan 37 of 51. John says Stoinis and Green are the two to take the long handle to. Head in. And this one to work to the leg side to square leg for a single from Milan. So Rahul says Afghanistan were not a huge surprise, I think. They have Rashid Khan and so many more who play in the IPL. Yeah. They've been really good, Afghanistan. Head in. This one, uppishly from Stokes. He works it out to point for a single. Yeah, they've been really good, Afghanistan. I think they've really improved for them to win 4 games, potentially a semi-final berth. I think it's been a good World Cup for them. Head in. This one defended to cover by Milan. No run. John says, what we wouldn't give for another high-class spinner. Head in. And this one defended by Milan to cover for no run. To mid-off for no run. It's the end of the over. 2 for 82. Not a bad over from Head, just the 3 from it. Doing his job. And Australia looking to tighten the screws on England here. Jihan says, how do we lift teams like Afghanistan and the Netherlands is to consistently challenge the top 8 teams? Well, play more cricket for a start. That will help. They don't play much, especially the Netherlands. They don't play a lot against the top-ranked teams. Only in this World Cup they've had that opportunity. But more cricket, more opportunities is required. So that's what we're going to get to try and promote and develop Afghanistan and the Netherlands and help them improve going forward. That's what we need to do. Stoinis continues. He's in. This one worked off the leg stump by Stokes to deep square leg for a single. As John says, more Test and ODI cricket, less T20s. Yes. I don't think there'll be less T20s. I think there'll be more in the years to come. That's just the way it's going at the moment. But we can definitely look at ways to improve the current situation, that's for sure, in world cricket. Stoinis is in. And this one defended by Milan. Back to Stoinis for no run. Jihan says, isn't it culture part of it though too? I can't imagine Dutch people know much about cricket. No, I don't think they do. Obviously, one of the Dutch players said a few comments about the media in the Netherlands having a bit of a joke about the team in this World Cup. So not many people know about cricket in the Netherlands. So you need to get it out there and promote it. Stoinis is in. This one down the leg side. It worked off the pads by Milan. Down to fine leg for 4. First boundary in a while for England. Just a little bit leg side-ish there. Marcus Stoinis didn't quite get his line right there. Yeah, just on that leg stump. Stoinis in. This one full defended to the offside by Milan. No run. Jihan says, but it's one of those things where if you keep winning and doing well, the public wake up. Yeah, that's the thing. So they've done well in this World Cup, the Netherlands. So people will take notice of the team and get behind the team. But you just need to get it across, that's all. Get people interested. I'm sure if the Netherlands do well, which they have done in this World Cup, then it would definitely help them. Stoinis in. This one short, pulled. Down to fine leg for 4 from Milan. Couple of boundaries in the over after they've been a little bit sparse for England. But not a bad ploy from Stoinis to go with the short ball. Test Milan a bit. Played it well. Could have been easily finding a fielder there if a fine leg was in place, but it was a safe shot in the end. And pick up 4 runs. 46 for Milan. I'll get to your comment in a minute, Silver Rahul. Stoinis in. This one short, pulled by Milan to deep backward square leg for a single. And the over, 2 for 92. Silver Rahul says they will improve. They have similar teams near their geography they can play with consistently. Yeah, that's right too. Other teams in Europe starting to play cricket as well. Silver Rahul says if the Netherlands, Ireland, Scotland, etc. are able to play amongst themselves regularly, they will improve. Yeah, that's right. It's just trying to fit that in the schedule. So Travis Head to continue. Head in. This one defended by Milan. Plays it back to Head, no run. Australia looking for the third wicket. Head in. And this one played out by Milan to deep point for a single. Well, a different batting approach from England today. Didn't really bat well in the last game against India. They struggled. Sort of lost their heads a bit. Head in. And this one worked out to a deep square leg for a single by Stokes. He moves on to 28 off 50. Milan 48 off 61. England 2 for 94. Chasing 287. Head in, and this one full outside off stump and worked by Milan to deep cover for a single. Travis Head not bad over, 3 singles from it. Head in to Stokes, who advances down the wicket and dispatches Head back over his head for 4. Sorry, for 6. My mistake. And that was a very good shot from Stokes. Good use of the feet, advanced down the wicket and dispatched Travis Head down the ground for 6. Sorry, it was Darwin Milan. No, it was Ben Stokes. Sorry. Good shot from Stokes. Head in. He advances down the wicket again, Stokes, but a inside edge, nearly chopped it onto the stumps, works it out to short, fine leg for a dot ball. It's the end of the over, 2 for 101. After 22 overs. So England, their 100 is up in the 22nd over. 2 wickets down for 101. And nearly halfway as Pat Cummins has brought himself back into the attack. Darwin Milan's on strike. 49 for him, 1 run away from his half century. So Australia need a couple of wickets here. Get these 2 out, get 2 new batters into the crease. Cummins in. This one slashed away by Milan down to third man for a single, brings up his half century. Well, for once in this World Cup, Darwin Milan showed some promise and some touch. Scored a century against Bangladesh early on. But apart from that, he hasn't really been at his best. But he scored a half century here off 63 balls. Jihan says, looks a bit ominous now. Things can change, Jihan. A couple of wickets here and there can change things. We all know that. In 1 over can change. A couple of wickets can change the momentum. Just have to be patient. As Cummins is in. This one short, pulled by Stokes through square leg. Deep square leg, cuts it off for a single. Well, Ben Stokes in this World Cup came back. He thought he was going to be the saviour for England in this World Cup, but it hasn't turned out like that. He's struggled as well as the team. Cummins in. This one short, pulled high in the air. Is it going to be caught? It is! Travis Head takes the catch. That's the end of Darwin Milan for 50. It was high and long in the air for all eternity. And Travis Head settled underneath it comfortably and takes the catch. Darwin Milan gone, partnership broken. And he's got to go 50 and out from Milan. He didn't time that at all. Nowhere near it. Went for the hook, went for the pull. It's straight into the hands of Travis Head, a deep backward square leg. Back Cummins is pumped about that wicket. Milan, he played well. Got to go for 50 off 64. 3 for 103. Wicket needed for Australia. Just what they needed to break the partnership. And excellent from Cummins to come on, take a wicket when needed. Excellent from Australia to break that partnership. Brings in Butler, who's struggled in this World Cup. He's at number 5. And he will be on strike. Not a bad player, Josh Butler, but he's been very poor in this World Cup, averaging 17 and a half, 105 runs. So he hasn't been at his best. Ben Stokes just talking to Butler about the pitch and the conditions and briefing him. But Australia needed that wicket to break the partnership of Stokes and Milan. And it was a much-needed breakthrough for Australia. Good catch from Travis Head. Not easy, those high balls. But he did well to settle underneath it and take the catch, which was the important thing for Australia. So Australia will be putting pressure on Butler. They know he's been a little bit out of form. Struggled as captain in this World Cup. He's struggled with the bat. And he will be on strike. So here we go. Cummins now into Butler. And this one defended by Butler to cover, no run. G. Hunt says, what a catch that was. It was a great catch. Went high in the air as we have a look in the replay. Travis Head watched it into his hands. He gave with the ball as well. That's important. Just give the ball. That's a very good catch at that deep backward square leg region. Excellent catch. Milan disappointed at playing that shot. And Cummins is in. And this one defended by Butler to the offside. No run. Well, he struggled a lot in this World Cup, Butler. His dismissals, he's chopped on, he's been bowled, he's been caught behind. And hasn't been a great World Cup for the England skipper. And he's got to face the music here from Cummins. He's bowling well. Cummins in. This one edge, just falling short of Cameron Green at slip. Brilliant over from Cummins. 2 runs and a wicket. End of the over, 3 for 103. David Milan, top scored with 50. He's now gone. He was the last wicket. And Bairstow got out for a golden duck. Root for 13. Stokes 35, not out at the moment. Butler yet to get off the mark. England 3 for 103, nearly halfway off this run chase. 23 overs done. Australia will be looking for another wicket here as Adam Zampa is brought back into the attack. Well, one fan there. He wants India and Afghanistan in semi-final number 1, and he wants Australia and South Africa in the second semi-final. It could happen. You never know. Zampa in. This one worked down to long on for a single from Stokes. Josh Butler. Last server. At outside edge, just falling short of Green at slip. It was an excellent delivery there from Cummins, challenging that outside edge there of Butler. Well, Adam Zampa, he's got rid of Josh Butler 4 times in ODIs. He'll be hoping to add wicket number 5 to that list. Zampa in. And this one defended by Buttler to the leg side. And there's no run. Three for 104. For England, chasing 287. Zampa is in. And this one defended by Buttler to mid-wicket. No run. It's good from Australia. Dot up the new batter in Buttler. Look to put pressure on him early on in his innings here. Zampa is in. And this one worked to the offside to point. Quick single by Buttler. He's off the mark. Zampa is in. This one defended by Stokes. Back to Zampa for no run. Good over from Zampa. 2 singles. 1 ball left of his 4th. None for 9 after 3.5 overs. He's bowled Zampa. So about to complete his 4th. He's bowled very well. Zampa is in. This one worked by Stokes through the leg side to David Warner at deep square leg for a single. Good over from Zampa. End of the over. 3 for 106. Nearly halfway. 24 overs done. Nearly halfway of this innings. And Australia just putting the pressure back on England with that wicket of Darwin Malan. Got a start, got a 50, and then got out. And he will be disappointed with that. It's the same with England in this World Cup. Batters getting in, getting out, and not really getting that fluency with their batting at all. So Cummins to continue. He's done pretty well. In again now, Cummins. This one full defended out to the offside by Stokes for no run. Well, very well, Pat Cummins. 1 for 15 from his 4.1 overs. And bowled well in the last game against New Zealand as well. Cummins. Alex Carey doing the 12th man duties. Not playing. Cummins in. And this one defended by Stokes. Back to Cummins, no run. So the required run rate's just gone over 7, 7.05. The current run rate for England is 4.36. So Australia just dotting it up. Dot balls, keeping the pressure on Buttler, who's just come out at the crease. Cummins is in. This one's short. Stokes ducks away. Lets it go to the keeper for no run. Alex Carey, Travis Head having a chat. Teammates at South Australia. Cummins in. This one defended by Stokes. No run. It's good from Pat Cummins. Good probing line and length. Stokes not really at his fluent best. 37 off 60. Struggling. He's played some good shots. Played some very good shots down the ground. Travis Head hit him over the top for 6. But he struggled for time and fluency. Not quite himself in this World Cup. Cummins is in. This one's short. And an attempted pull by Stokes, but he lets it go to the keeper for no run. That's 2 for the over from Cummins. Keeping Stokes honest with the short ball. It's been a very good over thus far. 5 dot balls, 1 ball left. Cummins in. This one defended by Stokes to mid-wicket for no run. So maiden over from Cummins. End of the over, 3 for 106. Halfway, 25 overs remain. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. Also, it's a good time for us to announce some news about the channel going forward. As you know, YouTube has opened up certain features, and we're nearly going to open some features of our own. And you can be a member. So we're planning about doing some memberships for the channel, and you can support the channel by becoming a member in the near future once we've unlocked that feature. So just giving everyone a heads up about that. More information will be given out in due course. But that's what's going to happen in the near future. Zampa continues. He's in. Buttler advances down the wicket, and he's out. Caught it long off. The pressure built up on Buttler. He's hit it straight down the fielder at long off. Excellent catch from Cameron Green. Another wicket falls for England. Another one bites the dust, to quote the Queen's song. And that's the end of the England captain. He's had a shocker of a World Cup, and it continues. Buttler is gone. He's held out to long off. Yeah, picked him out. Picked out Cameron Green like a sore thumb. Excellent catch from Green. Excellent wicket from Zampa. Another one for Australia. England under pressure. Butler's got to go for 1. It's 4 for 106. Oh, his horrid World Cup continues, Jos Buttler. And he's not having a great time, isn't he, the England captain? It's been a horror show for him. And it's been a very, very disappointing campaign for him. But another one for Australia. They pick up the 4th wicket. And that is the end of Jos Buttler. Excellent from Australia. They built the pressure nicely on him. And he played a big shot, held out. Jihan says, can I be a member? Yes, of course, Jihan. We haven't quite unlocked the feature yet. So we need to get over the requirements on YouTube. But we're nearly there. And once the membership becomes open, Jihan, then you can sign up to be a member. You'll have perks, all that good stuff. Sort of like Patreon, really, but different on YouTube. So stay tuned for that. That's going to come up in the near future. So we just need to get over the hurdle a bit there, Jihan. And then we can unlock the feature on YouTube, because YouTube's changed everything now. It's much easier to get monetized now. They've changed the requirements. So that helps. So you can definitely become a member, Jihan, once it becomes available to us. So you can support the podcast that way. You can have some perks, but it's more than the perks. It's more about supporting the channel at the end of the day and the work that I do to try and bring the podcast out to all of you. So, yeah. As Zampa will continue. Moeen Ali is the new batter on strike. Zampa in. This one defended by Ali to the offside. No run. Just going back to the Adam Zampa wicket. Yeah, Buttler just trying to play the big shot. Built up a pressure. And he succumbed to that pressure. And England, yet again, falling away with their batting. It's been the same old story. Zampa in. This one defended by Ali to the mid-wicket region for no run. So going back on the membership side of things, yeah. So we'll work out the finer details in the months to come once we tick off that feature. But just a bit of a heads up, you can sign up to become a member once that's available. Become a member of the channel. Zampa in, this one defended for no run by Ali. Jihan says, oh God, is Stokes isn't going to do another Headingley today, is he? I don't think he has. I don't think he is, Jihan. I don't think he is. Zampa in, this one defended by Ali for no run. Well, you never know with Ben Stokes, do you? But Joss Buttler didn't really need to play that shot, really, but it just shows the mindset and the mentality that he's had in this World Cup with the bat. Zampa in, this one worked down to deep long on. By Ali, he's off the mark. Good over from Zampa. End of the over. 4 for 107. 26 overs done. England have just digging themselves in a little bit of a hole here. Build up of pressure. John says, apologise. We've gone off topic and now we'll be touching lightly on the cricket. Now, that's all right, John. I've allowed your chat. Not my expertise, so I've just allowed you to have that chat. That's all right. Jihan says, yeah, sorry. Well, politics took us off course. That's all right, Jihan. We can focus back on the cricket now. And Australia have got themselves back in front. Cummins continues. He's in. This one, an outside edge by Ali. Down to third man for 4. He gets a boundary. And England are 4 for 111. If, well, David Shepherd was here, he would have hopped on 1 foot. If you're a bit superstitious there. That's what he used to do, David Shepherd. He used to hop when the score was on 1-1-1. And that's what England are on at the moment, chasing 287. But Australia have done well to build up the pressure. They've picked up wickets when needed, Australia. They've taken their time. Cummins in. This one full, outside edge. Down to third man by Ali. He'll get a single. That's all right, Silver Rahul. That's all right. All good. Adam Zampa pumped up as always. Spelled well in this World Cup. Adam Zampa, very different character, but that's good to see in the game. You want to have the different characters. Be yourself. And he's been himself. And he's doing his job for Australia. Cummins is in. This one short pulled by Stokes, but only to Mitchell Starc at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Well, the Ahmedabad Stadium here, lighting up in the distance. It's quite a big stadium. Bigger than the MCG, of course. Bigger than Eden Gardens in Kolkata, which used to be the biggest cricket stadium in the world at one point. As history tells us. Not anymore. It's changed over the years with seats, and it's not standing only, as it used to be back in the day. Cummins in. This one a short ball. Left alone by Stokes through the keeper, no run. It's going to be called 1 for the over by Murray Erasmus. 1 for the over. Bouncer. And he's bowled well, Cummins. 1 for 20 from his 5.4 overs. And Australia just applying the pressure on. If Australia win today, they're pretty much from in the semis, really. With Afghanistan and Bangladesh yet to come next week. Cummins in. This one full, but only played out by Stokes to a short third man for a dot ball. It's been a good over from Cummins. Just a boundary from it, single, and then dots. Yeah. Having a battle with himself, Stokes. 37 off 65. Not really at his best. He hasn't had much cricket coming into this World Cup. He's been struggling. Here's Cummins. He's in. This one short pulled by Stokes. Down to fine leg for 4. He beats the fielder. He'll get a boundary. Not a bad way to win the over from Stokes. First boundary. Second boundary in the over. And England. 2 boundaries in that over, but the pressure's starting to build up a little bit. And England move on in this run chase, but Australia will be happy with the progress that they've made. 4 for 116 at the end of the 27th over. Adam Zampa back into the attack. He's got 1 for 11 from 5. Moeen Ali 6 off 7. He's on strike. And he's had a bit of an up and down World Cup as well. Here's Zampa. He's in. This one down the leg side. It's going to be called wide by umpire Gaffney. Good effort from Travis Head trying to cut that boundary off at fine leg, but Stokes hit it well enough to get to the boundary for 4. Zampa in. And this one down the leg side again. It's going to be called another wide. Has to re-bowl this one again, Zampa. Not quite getting the line right to the left-hander in Moeen Ali. Well, Australia, favourites now to win this match. They've been predicted at the win predictor 85% to England's 15. I think that's about right. Zampa in. This one better by Zampa and defended by Ali for no run. Here's Zampa in. And this one worked out to mid-wicket by Ali for no run. So that required run rate's just climbed ever so slightly for England, 7.46. It started at around about 5 and over, and it's just crept up with a few wickets and a few quiet overs, which is good. That's how you build pressure on the scoreboard. Zampa in, and this one played out to cover by Ali for no run. Zampa in. And this one defended by Ali to mid-wicket, no run. England 4 for 118, chasing 287. Zampa in. And this one defended by Ali. On the front foot, back down the pitch to mid-off for no run. Nearly just sneaking through to get the front pad of Moeen Ali there. Adam Zampa is targeting those pads. He's bowled well in this over. 2 runs. There were the 2 wides down the leg side at the start of the over. Zampa in. And this one, an outside edge from Moeen Ali. He'll get a single, Moeen Ali. Labuschagne misfield at short third man. He'll come through for a single. Good over from Zampa, just a 3 from it. It's 4 for 119 after 28. Well, Australia doing well. And these middle overs, one of the lull periods in one-day cricket, where many people have suggested that this is where one-day cricket can become a little bit tedious in these middle overs. England need 168 off 132, so the gap between runs and balls required just climbing, getting wider and wider and wider. And Australia just squeezing England here. Haven't been able to get away. They've lost a wicket at the wrong time. And Mitchell Starc brought back by Pat Cummins, 2 for 29 from his 6. Here's Starc. He's in. And this one full, defended by Ali on the front foot to mid-off. No run. Some Australian supporters cheering in the crowd. Good to see. Good to see international viewers coming towards coming into this World Cup, watching their teams from all parts of the world. It's good to see Stark in. This one full, driven by Ali, but only to cover, no run. Mitchell Stark has bowled well tonight. Got the 2 early wickets that Australia needed. And that was Bairstow and Root. And then Cummins chipped in with a wicket, and now Zampa. Stark in. This one short pull by Ali, but straight to Travis Head at fine leg, and he'll get a single. 4 for 120 England. Stokes on 41, Ali on 8. Well, Mitchell Stark, we're just having a look at that cracking delivery from Mitchell Stark in 2019 at Lord's when Australia played England in the group stage match. An absolute superb Yorker he bowled to Stokes, and Stokes couldn't believe it. Okay, Mitchell Stark bowled a similar type delivery to him tonight. Get the 5th wicket for Australia and get a new batter in. That's what he'll be hoping for, Stark. He's in. And this one played out to deep backward point. Brilliant fielding from Warner. Cuts it off for 2. Very agile in the field, David Warner. He may be 37 years old, but he's still running around like a 21-year-old. Excellent piece of fielding. Cuts it off for 2. Putting the full-length dive and cutting that off. Stark in. This one full, worked out by Stokes, down to fine leg for a single. He moves on to 44 off 68. Moeen Ali 8 off 16. England 4 for 123. Not bad over from Stark. 4 runs from it and 2 dot balls. 1 ball left off the 7th over. Well, the crowd have come in. It's not really that full here in Ahmedabad, but the crowd has definitely come in the evening where it's a lot cooler than the afternoon. It was quite hot today. Good to see the crowds pick up in this World Cup. They've been very, very patchy in this World Cup, the crowds. David Warner didn't make many runs today with the bat, but he fielded pretty well in this innings thus far. This one played out by Stokes by Moeen Ali to the leg side for a couple of runs and the over. So the over, 4 for 125. After 29 overs, nearly approaching back end of this innings, 21 overs remaining of this run chase. Well, thanks everyone for joining us wherever you may be on this Saturday evening, Sunday morning in Australia, other parts of the world listening in. And nearly to the conclusion of this match. England 4 for 125. They're chasing 287. The worm is just dipping below Australia's worm at this stage of the innings. On the comparison, Australia have done well just to squeeze and build pressure, take wickets when needed. So quite a few overs. Indeed, as Travis Head is brought back into the attack. He's bowled 3 overs, none for 17. He's not bad spinner, Travis Head. He's taken 4 wickets in Test cricket in Sri Lanka on a Turner in Gaul last year. Pat Cummins juggling the bowlers around. Hazelwood's got 5 overs left. Cummins has got 4 left. 3 left for Stark. Head in. This one short, pulled by Stokes out to deep square leg. Warner does the fielding. He'll come through for a single. Didn't time that at all. Stokes kept a little bit low. probably the slowness of this pitch. Not timing that well, Stokes there. Head in. And this one played out by Moeen Ali to point for a single. He moves on to 11, 45 for Stokes. He's on strike. 4 for 127 England, chasing 287. Head in. This one worked down to long off by Stokes for a single. So he's bowling some tidy overs here, Travis Head. Obviously doing the role of Glenn Maxwell, who's not playing tonight because of that unfortunate incident with the golf cart in the lead up to this match, which is a little bit bizarre, but these things happen. Head in. And this one defended by Ali to point, no run. So Australia just getting through some overs. The England changing room, pretty laid back. It's been a tough World Cup for them as Head is in. This one worked by Ali off his pads, but only too short. Fine leg for a dot ball. England dugout talking to each other, talking about ideas and how can we bounce back from this horrible campaign. Probably the worst ever title defence from a team in a World Cup. Head in. This one defended by Ali to point. No run. Good over from Head. Very tidy over. 3 singles from it. It's 4 for 128. 30 overs completed, 20 remaining in the innings. And Australia applying the pressure on England in this run chase. Right, everyone, if you've got some comments and some questions or some thoughts that you want to talk about, let us know. We'll be happy to answer your questions that you may have about this World Cup, about the game of cricket in general. So Mitchell Starc will continue. He will bowl his 8th over. He's in. And this one defended by Stokes for no run. John says about Glenn Maxwell's unfortunate accident. He says, I read that Maxi Gate described as boys being boys. Spare me. Well, yeah, Glenn Maxwell's had some unfortunate incidents. What Jihan said, who said it was boys being boys? I didn't hear that either, as Starksian. This one down the leg side. It's going to be called a wide by umpire Maria Erasmus. Has to re-bowl that one again, Starc. Missed out there, Stokes, down the leg side. It's very unfortunate, but Glenn Maxwell, he's had an incident, at a friend's birthday party, broke his leg. Could have been a lot worse in this incident. Could have been a broken bone. Could have been broken ribs, broken hand, broken finger. Luckily, it wasn't. It's only a bout of concussion and some bruising. Starc in, this one full, defended by Stokes to short third man for no run. Tied down here, Stokes, 46 off 72. John says, I think it was The Guardian, that headline. Jihan says, just too accident prone. It happens. Accidents happen. So nothing you can do there. Unfortunate for Maxwell, but he'll be back for the game against Afghanistan on Tuesday, which will be at the 1KD Stadium in Mumbai. Starc in, this one short, down the leg side. Pulled away by Stokes for a single. Down a fine leg. Jihan says Stokes was tied down to it Headingley. He was, but that was a different situation. I think in this World Cup, he hasn't really been at his best. He hasn't really played much cricket going into this World Cup. And what was the point of him coming back, really? Because England are dead last. And they're not going to win this World Cup again, obviously. So probably it was just a waste of time to bring him back, really. He could have had some knee surgery. That's what many England fans are saying. What's the point of him playing? just have the surgery now, get right for the Test series, because that's going to be important for England. This one played out by Ali to Warner at deep point for a single. Glenn Maxwell on the bench. He's looking okay. He's in good spirits. He's on the bench there having a word with Gary and the other support staff. So he looks all right, Glenn Maxwell. He's got a few boxes to tick off, but he'll probably be back for the game against Afghanistan, which is on Tuesday. So not far away for Australia. Not a long break for them as we get towards the back end of this tournament and think about the semi-finals. Stark is in. This one short, pulled by Stokes. Has he got enough? He has. He's cleared it over the rope for 6, and that will bring up his half century. Well played, Ben Stokes. Not quite at his best in this World Cup, but I suppose you can't keep a good player down for long. That's his 23rd half century in one-day cricket. He pulled that nicely. For a moment there, I thought he didn't get enough on that, but he did. Well over deep square leg for a 6. Stark in. This one worked down to mid-on for a quick single from Stokes to end the over. Not a bad over from England. End the over 4 for 138. 31 overs done. Jihan says, well, I think it just shows you can't retire from a format and be like, oh, there's a World Cup, I'll come back for it. Yeah, well, players do come back. They do make comebacks. It's not unheard of, players coming back from retirement. John says, why bring Mo and Ali out of retirement also? Well, that was different, John, obviously, because they needed a spinner in the Ashes because Jack Leach was unavailable because of injury. So that was a different story there. But, you know, with England in this World Cup, he hasn't really played well, Stokes. He retired from one-day cricket. He made that decision. And obviously he's come back because it's a World Cup. And obviously people thought he was going to do it for England like he did in 2019. But it's not the case. You know, he's not the same player as he was in 2019. It's the same with the England team. They're not the same team as they were 4 years ago. They're completely different. Travis Head continues. This one played by Stokes to mid-on. Good fielding from Cummins. Cuts it off for a dot ball. Jihan says, did Quentin de Kock retire from ODI cricket too? He's retiring at the end of this World Cup, Jihan. Quentin de Kock. Head in. This one short pulled. All the way for 6 over deep square leg. And Travis Head just strained on his length. And he paid the price. 6 runs. Yeah, 6 runs there from Stokes. He's hit a couple of 6s in the last couple of overs. Back-to-back overs, in fact. Head in. And Stokes advances down the wicket. Hits it straight to a deep long on for a single. He moves on to 61. Yeah, back to your comment there about Quentin de Kock, Jihan. He's going to retire at the end of this World Cup, so no wonder he's playing well. Whoa, that broke the seat. Luckily, he moved out of the way. Head in. This one defended by Ali to mid-on. No run. As John says, I think so. He was going to play T20. Well, you know, he's come to that stage, Quentin de Kock, in his career that he thought, well, I can't really give any more, really. You know, he can still play on for another few years. He's only in his early 30s, so... But the body, he said, not quite responding as he would have liked. Head in. This one played out by Ali to the offside, deep cover, and there's a single to end the over. It's the end of the over, 4 for 146. And it's time for drinks as well. Time for drinks and another drinks break. 32 overs done. Jihan says Stokes is going to win this. Needs Stokes out now. Well, yes. He's the important wicket, of course. But if Australia keep tying it down, keep, you know, putting pressure on him, not letting him score, then he can definitely play a rash shot and probably get out. But Australia They've done well to keep England in check. John says this is just money for Jam now. I wouldn't say that, John. It's been good from Stokes. He's struggled in this innings with his timing and fluency, but he's found a way. But scoreboard pressure in a run chase, England, they lose a couple of wickets here. Their batting been a bit sketchy. Livingston coming in next, who hasn't really done much in this World Cup. And then you're into the bowlers, who haven't done much with the bat in this World Cup. So still plenty of overs to come now. John says, need coffee to keep awake these early mornings. But drinks here at Ahmedabad, and England 4 for 146. 32 overs done. We're not far away from the end of this run chase in this match. Gian says, I think he's talking about de Kock joining the T20 bandwagon. Well, he probably will, obviously. But, from what he said, this is it for him in international cricket. He's retired from Test cricket, so he may play T20 internationals for South Africa in the future, but obviously not ODIs. So that's why he's playing so well at the moment. 4 centuries and over 500 runs in the tournament. So England need 141 off 108 balls. 32 overs completed. 4 for 146. Australia have taken 4 wickets. The first wicket was Bairstow, caught down the leg side. Mitchell Stark removed him, and then Joe Root flashed it one outside off stump. Caught behind by Inglis. Good review. And he was the second wicket to fall. Just a feather of an edge on ultra edge. And he had to go. And then Pat Cummins got the wicket of Darwin Malan. Excellent catch by Travis Head at deep backward square leg. And then Adam Zampa got the wicket of Joss Butler, who hit it straight to Cameron Green at long off. And Australia picking up the 4 wickets in this innings. Australia win today. They pretty much go to outright third on the table. Book a spot in the semis, you would think, with 2 games to go against Afghanistan and Bangladesh, which will be next week. The Afghanistan game's on Tuesday, and the Bangladesh game is on the 11th. So towards the end of the week. And that will be in Pune, and then the semi-finals will take place, obviously, to decide who will go into the final of this World Cup, which has been going on for a long time. Long tournament, 6 weeks. And we're getting towards the end of this tournament. So I think everyone will be glad when this tournament is done and we can finally decide who's going to win the World Cup for another edition. But tomorrow's game is a big game. India and South Africa. Who's going to win that game? Will it be South Africa? Will it be India to remain undefeated? So we're back after drinks. Cummins continues, and Ali works it down to third man for a single. Well, Ben Stokes, that last 6 that he hit. And it was a pretty good shot. Broke a chair. Went 86 metres. He can hit a cricket ball. We've seen that over the years from him in his career. Josh Hazlewood is back. Hazlewood in. This one full, driven by Stokes to mid-off. No run. It's been good tonight, Hazlewood. He was a little bit off against New Zealand, but tonight he's done well. None for 19 off 5.2 overs. So he's done better tonight, Hazlewood, as you would expect from the bowler with his quality and class. Always accurate. Reminds me of Glenn McGrath. Always hits a spot. Never misses that spot in his bowling. Australia still favourites to win. Runs on the board. Hazlewood in. This one short. Good fielding at cover. Prevents the boundary. Good fielding from Stoinis. And Stokes can't get it away. And there's no run. Excellent from Marcus Stoinis. Good in the field from Australia. Good to see that intensity pick up. It was a little bit off at the start of this tournament, but it's picked up as they've progressed and they've won games. They've won 4 on the trot. win tonight will be 5 in a row to get back on track in this tournament. Marcus Stoinis back in the side, replacing Mitchell Marsh, and obviously Cameron Green back in for Maxwell. And Hazlewood. Not a bad person, Josh Hazlewood. Had a photo with him many years ago. Hazlewood in this one, full and driven by Stokes. Beats Stoinis at cover, who puts in the dive. Bit of a misfield. Landing awkwardly, Stoinis on the pitches there on the square, but he's okay. A single for Stokes. He's on 62. Jihan says he's bowled well after a while. He's bowled well, Hazlewood. He hasn't taken a wicket, but he's been economical. That's what you expect from Hazlewood. Marcus Stoinis just landing awkwardly on the on one of the pitches on the square. It's quite hard. He's all right. He's got a bit of skin off, but he's okay. Hazlewood is in. This one full, driven straight back down the ground by Moeen Ali for 4. He thread the needle down the ground for a boundary, and that will be his boundary. 18 of 27. Excellent shot. Just a little bit too full there from Hazlewood. Nearly collected the stumps of the ball on the way through, but it just missed the stumps at the non-striker's end. It was a very good straight drive. Hazlewood nearly got a hand on that. Could have easily cut that off, but you got to admire, it was a good shot from Ali. He hasn't been at his best in this World Cup with the bat. Hazlewood in. And this one full and defended by Ali to mid-off. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. 4 for 152 for England. 33 overs completed. And Josh Hazlewood doing his part in the bowling effort. G. Hunt says the Jews appeared. Well, it has appeared. And obviously that's a big talking point. Jew and the effect that will play. But obviously bowlers are sort of used to bowling with Jew, I suppose, with the balls wet. It's not ideal. You want to keep it as fair as possible, but it's just one of those things that nature... Jihan says, we need a wicket, but autocorrect says we need a whiskey. And Jihan said, I might need a whiskey too. Yeah, probably Jihan. A bit of stronger stuff, I think. Well, it is the weekend, I suppose. Now Sunday morning. So 135 off 17 for England. So run rate's going to become their big enemy here as Marcus Stoinis is back into the attack. And he's bowled 2 overs, none for 14. Yep. So Marcus Stoinis, he's bowled 2 overs. So Stark's got 2 overs left. Hazlewood's got 4 left. Cummins has got 4. Sampa's got 4. Travis Head's bowled 5, so you would think he'll... So Stark's got 2 overs left. So he's probably done his bowling for the night. But Pat Cummins juggling his bowlers around. It's always good to have options. As Stoinis is in to Stokes. This one full, and Stokes defends to mid-wicket, no run. Partnership 46 of 51 for the 5th wicket. John says, I'll take either. Jihan, a whiskey and a wicket. Jihan says, it's 11:30 in Perth right now. Stoinis in. And this one worked by Stokes down to a deep long on for a single. Yeah, Perth behind the other parts of the country. John says, if Maxi is fit for the next game, who gets dropped, Green or Stoinis? That's an interesting one, John. That's interesting. Well, you would think probably Marnus Labuschagne, I think, even though he made runs today. But obviously with Marsh not being available, of course, as Stoinis is in. This one down the leg side, work down to find leg for 4. It will be 4. Outstanding shot from Moeen Ali. Just got inside the line of that, tucked it around the corner. So just a little bit off with his line there, Stoinis. Needs to get that a little bit outside off stump, not down leg side. Otherwise, it's an easy shot like that. Can just use the face of the bat and guide it around the corner. It's an interesting one, John. You would think Marnus Labuschagne maybe because, and that will bring up the 50 partnership as well between Ali and Stokes for the 5th wicket. Australia get a wicket here. Someone is in. This one short, pulled by Ali for 4. It will be 4. Hit in front of square on the leg side for a boundary. Moeen Ali gets another boundary. Well, he doesn't play the short ball well enough, Moeen Ali, on occasions, but he played that okay. John says, get off leg. That's right. Well, get the line right. Just get it outside off stump. And on leg stump, get it outside off. England fans are cheering. They haven't had a lot to cheer about in this World Cup. It's been pretty gloomy. Stoinis in. This one short pull by Ali. Only to find leg for a single. Good fielding by Josh Hazlewood down there at fine leg. Cuts it off for a single. Ali moves on to 27. He did well there, Hazlewood. Came around, just gave it a bit of a slap with his hand. And I think Marcus Stoinis wasn't happy. He said, why didn't you go for the catch, Josh? It was catchable for a bit, but I don't think Josh Hazlewood thought he was going to make it. Anyway, he saved 4 nonetheless. Stoinis in. This one full Yorker. Stokes digs it out for no run. It's the end of the over. 4 for 162. Marcus Stoinis was asking, was that pad first? A bit of an inquiry, but it wasn't. It was bat. It's the end of the over. 4 for 162 for England. Jihan says, I don't want to be pessimistic, but I think England are going to get there. Yesterday, Jihan, and make me watch until the end, thinking Australia will win, but sneak over the line. Well, you will definitely back runs on the board. Pressure. I know there's due a little bit there, but, you know, you just got to execute your skills. If Australia can get rid of these 2, then you're pretty much into Livingston and then the bowlers. So that's what you got to think about. 2 wickets here, and then you're into the bowlers. Break the partnership. Got to find a way. It's not bad for Australia to be tested, of course. As Hazlewood continues, he's in. And this one worked out to backward point by Ali for no run. Silver Rahul says, what is Maxi-gate? What did Maxwell do? It was pretty much the incident that happened. Silver Rahul with him in the golf cart. He had a bit of an accident with the golf cart, and that's why he got concussed. Which was unfortunate, but he'll be okay for the next game against Afghanistan. Hazlewood in. This one on the leg stump. Worked by Ali down a fine leg. Good fielding from Head. He slides across to cut it off for a single. You can see it's dewy there because Travis Head slid across the outfield like he was on an ice rink. You can see the ball scuttering along, and you can see Travis Head sliding around to cut that off. Jihan says, we need wickets. Remember how Australia kept losing innocuous wickets towards the end? That's what we need now. Well, with this England team, you can definitely back that because they haven't batted well. Hazlewood in. This one, a swing and a miss by Stokes. Beats his inside edge through to the keeper, no run. Could have easily chopped that on, could have easily got an inside edge. Silver Rahul, it happened before the match against England. So in the last few days, it happened where Glenn Maxwell had that accident with the golf cart. Pretty much driving a golf cart at night, which is not the right thing to do because it doesn't have any lights. And he fell off, had a bit of an accident there, but he's all right. That one down the leg side, called a wide. Has to re-bowl that one again. But he'll be back for the next match on Tuesday against Afghanistan. He'll be back. He looks okay, so could have been a lot worse, could have been broken bones. But luckily it was only concussion, a bit of bruising, so he'll be a bit disappointed about that, but he'll be okay. Hazlewood in, this one short, ducked under by Stokes through to the keeper. No run. I think Stokes was just asking, was that a wide? But it wasn't, just one for the over. Jihan says Stokes has started slogging. He's swinging the bat at everything, but he's not really connecting. Silver Rahul says, was he driving while drunk? I don't think he was, Silver Rahul. I think it was just an accident that happened. That's all. He wasn't drunk or under the influence of any alcohol, obviously. Hazlewood in. This one short, pulled to deep square leg by Stokes for a single. Just swinging at everything, Stokes. He's just getting a little bit agitated. Wants to get on with it, as we know with Stokes. Put his front foot forward and play with that aggressive mindset, as we've seen with him under the Test team. He's 64 off 87. Ali's 28 off 33. 122 off 91 required for England. 4 for 165. Couple of wickets here for Australia. Get into the bowlers. That will be their goal. Hazlewood in. This one full. Driven by Ali. Through the covers. And David Warner can't cut it off at deep cover. Will go for 4. Boundary to end the over. End the over. 4 for 169. Hazlewood not happy with that last delivery. It's into the over. 4 for 169. Silver Rahul says, do all Aussies love to drink? It's very normal to get drunk regularly. Well, people like a drink in Australia. Obviously, I don't drink myself. I don't really drink alcohol myself. But in Australia, people love to have a drink. Obviously, sometimes it... people in Australia do love to drink, but sometimes they can overdo it. John says, was it at night? Didn't know that. That's a whole different level of idiocy. Apparently it was, John. Apparently it was getting late, getting dark, and obviously a golf cart at night doesn't have any lights, not really lit on a golf course. Of course, you're going to have an accident. So that's what happened, apparently. I didn't read the full story, but I only read it briefly. Samper in. And this one, not timed by Stokes to mid-on, no run. Silver Rahul says, alcohol is illegal in Ahmedabad. If they win, it will be hard to find a booze party. Is it? I didn't know that, Silver Rahul. Thank you for that. I didn't know that. Samper in. And this one, defended by Stokes to mid-off, no run. Jihan says, come on, we can get them 4 down. Then can't get Moeen Ali out. Game over. England won this. Jihan says, now we're going to have to fight against Afghanistan spinners. Well, the game's not over yet, Jihan. There's still 88 balls remaining. Out! He's gone! He's hit it straight to him! He's gone, Stokes, for 64! He's hit it straight down Marcus Stoinis' throat at a short fine leg. He went for the sweep and he found the fielder. He can't believe it, Stokes. And Australia have got the important wicket. Now they can put the pressure on England. Tie them down and apply the screws. He can't believe it, Stokes. He picked out the fielder. Adam Zampa does it again. Good catch from Stoinis. Stokes has got to go for 64 off 90. He played well, but he's absolutely disappointed with himself. It's 5 for 169, and Australia pick up a wicket when they needed it the most. Jihan says, okay, that will help. Well, Jihan, as soon as you said that, he picked up a wicket. And you say, we really needed that, though. Yes, we did. An excellent wicket there from Zampa. But you have to say, Ben Stokes, unlucky to pick out short, fine-legged Marcus Stoinis, who takes a very good catch. And, well, it looks like England, they're under a little bit of more pressure here with the loss of Stokes. That was a big wicket. Livingston at number 7. Liam Livingston, the new batter. He's at number 7. He hasn't had a really great World Cup either. His one-day forms have been a little bit up and down over the years. And what a wicket for Australia there. Sil Rahul says the whole state of Gujarat has an alcohol ban. It's the birth state of Gandhi, and it's the home state of Narendra Modi. One of my friends was held back a year in college for getting caught with alcohol. Well, thank you, Sil Rahul. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. You learn something new every day. Zampa in this one full, driven by Livingston down to long on for a single. Cameron Green does the fielding. Well, Ben Stokes, he helped it on its way, that paddle sweep. Picked out Marcus Stoinis at short, fine leg. Can't believe it that he picked him out. Zampa is pumped. He's had a good tournament with the ball. He's come back well after a tough start. Well, Ben Stokes, can't believe it. And that's an important wicket for Australia. Gian says, I've become such a pessimist. Zampa in, this one defended by Ali to the offside, no run. Jihan said it worked. And Jihan says, have to say, pretty lucky wicket for Australia, but I'll take it. You'll take it. It's a wicket. Doesn't matter how you get the wickets. At least it's a wicket. That's all that matters at the end of the day. And he's bowled well, Zampa. 2:15 and nearly the end of the 7th over. Zampa in, this one defended by Ali. Gets it past Zampa down to long off for a single. Good over from Australia. Successful over. Wicket off Stokes. It's 5 for 171. Silver Rahul says this is the reason why Ravi Shastri hates commentary jobs in this stadium. Thank you, Silver Rahul. Yes. You learn something new every day, I suppose. I didn't know that alcohol was banned in the state of Gujarat, which is where Ahmedabad is. So good to learn something new. Pat Cummins is back into the attack. Good move. Wants to really, get rid of Ali here, get into the bowlers, really. They're into the 9, 10, and 11 after this. Pat Cummins, 1 for 24 from his 6 overs. He's in now. This one short, pulled by Ali. Straight to the fielder at deep square leg for 1. Jihan says, I didn't get that for ages. Then I remembered Strasby likes to drink or two. Yeah, he does. I think he drinks his wine. I think he likes wine. Alcohol. But, and usually for the Australian team, of course, they do like a drink. I suppose as a part of the Australian culture. Any sporting organisation that you play for, you always have a drink after the game. I don't, because I don't drink myself. That one worked down to a deep backward square leg for a single by Livingston. He moves on to 2. England 5 for 173. David Warner. He's been good in this tournament with the bat. He's also been good in the field. Not bad for a 37-year-old. Cummins in. This one short pulled by Ali, but straight to the fielder at deep backward square leg, Cameron Green. Does the fielding, and there's a single. 5 for 174. Silver Hall says Ravi Shastri's drunk stories are legendary. Jihan says, thankfully, no restrictions in Australia, except you have to be 18. In America, you have to be 21. Yeah, that's right. Different laws, different countries. Cummins in. This one full, defended by Livingston to mid-on, no run. I do remember the England team when they won the 2005 Ashes. They had a bit of too much to drink on that occasion. Obviously, Andrew Flintoff was a little bit tipsy the next morning. Same with Kevin Peterson and the like. Had a little bit too much to drink after winning that 2005 Ashes series. A little bit worse for wear the next morning when they had to do the official engagements the next day. Cummins in. This one full defended by Livingston, no run. That required run rate's just gone up to 8.5 now with the wicket of Stokes and a few dot balls, quiet overs. 8.5 the required run rate. So if that gets out of hand for England, it's going to be difficult. Cummins, last ball of his 7th over. He's in. This one short pulled. What a catch! What a catch that is! An outstanding catch from Sean Abbott. He has taken that at mid-wicket. Livingston pulled it straight towards him, and he can't believe it, Sean Abbott. He's absolutely taken an absolute screamer. He's pretty good in the field, Sean Abbott. He's taken some good catches. Outstanding catch at mid-wicket, diving to his right. He does well. Outstanding, Sean Abbott. Livingston has to go. Cummins gets the wicket. Another one bites the dust for England. They lose their 6th. And what a way to end the over. Livingston has to go for 2. It's 6 for 174 at the end of the 37th over. What a catch. To quote the words of Bill Lawry, what a catch. He's taken an absolute ripper. And Sean Abbott, what a catch that was. Just came out of the blue. Jihan says, wow, yeah, absolutely. That was a brilliant catch. I can't believe it myself, Jihan. Obviously, Jihan, you would remember that the series in South Africa, he took a very good catch on the boundary, Sean Abbott, in the game which South Africa won in Pottersroom. They won that game. But he took a very good catch there. So England, they're starting to collapse a little bit here. Chris Wokes is the new batter in. He's averaging 8 in this World Cup. Australia now into the bowlers. And Sean Abbott has taken a superb catch. What a catch that was. Jihan says, I was worried Stokes was going to win this in the 49th over 5 minutes ago. Well, Jihan, things can change quickly in the game. You say, Jihan, was that off Janssen? Yes, it was. Yeah. You say, I'm digging my memory bank. Yeah, it was off. Yes, it was off Marco Janssen. Right on the boundary. I think it was a deep square leg or point. And he just did the same thing as he did with that catch at mid-wicket. He's a brilliant fielder, Sean Abbott. And it's good to see him playing for Australia. He's had a tough time of it, Sean Abbott, as we know, for obvious reasons. But it's good to see him playing for Australia with a smile on his face and doing the job. Zampa in. This one worked by Ali to deep long on for a single. They're thinking about the second. There was a misfield, but they decide not to run the second run, just the single. John says Smudge would have been completely horizontal there. He would have been. But that was a very good catch from Abbott. Very good awareness as well. I was a bit worried about the ball and the sliding there, but he did well to get the ball, underneath the fingers and slide across there. So I was a little bit worried about that. I'll get back to the comments in a minute after this ball from Zampa in. And this one defended by Wokes to mid-wicket, no run. Jihan says, can you believe that happened almost 10 years ago? Yeah, Jihan, yeah, it did. Yeah, Philip Hughes. Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think it was that long ago, really. Zampa in, this one traps Wokes on the pads. There's an appeal for LBW, but going down the leg side. Good bowling from Zampa. Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think that it happened nearly 10 years ago. Just a sad time in Australian cricket history and world cricket. Changed the game forever. He was a good player, Philip Hughes, a very good player. He had a lot of potential and it was cut short, unfortunately. This one defended by Wokes to mid-wicket, no run. I remember that day so well, so clearly. Just like yesterday, it was just horrible to hear that news. Very sad indeed. And Zampa in. This one worked off the pads by Wokes to deep square leg for a single. John says, can Zampa take his fourth consecutive fourfer? Think he can, John. He's bowled pretty well. The earlier comments here. G Hunt said Matthew Hoggart about England drinking a little bit too much and winning the 05 Ashes, said Matthew Hoggart urinated in the garden at number 10 Downing Street. Yeah, they did party long, didn't they? Well, obviously, because they won the Ashes for the first time since the 1980s. Silver Rahul says, is there everyone an Aussie team good fielder? Do they have any bad fielders? Well, fielding's pretty much a standard in Australian team, Silver Rahul. That was pretty much led by Bob Simpson. He was very keen on fielding when he was coach during the 80s. And when he came in, he said, we've got to tighten up the fielding. So that's why Australia's produced very good fielders in the slips, like Mark Taylor, Steve Waugh. Mark Waugh was pretty good. So fielding's always been one of those areas that you have to be good at as an Australian cricketer. 6 for 177 after the 38th over. Australia applying the pressure now on England. But Australia's just been blessed with good fielders, Silver Rahul. It's an important skill in cricket. You have to field well. Cummins in. This one short, pulled by Ali. Gets it fine, down to fine leg for 4. Much needed boundary for England. Gets it away, Ali in the end, gets 4 runs. Cummins in. This one short, pulled by Ali to deep backward square leg for a single. Jihan said, it happened about 2 months after I moved to Australia, and I saw him batting in the Tri-Series in Zimbabwe not that long before. It took me a while to get over that. Yeah. It was very tough at that time with Philip Hughes. Yeah, just very tragic. And you never really expect that from anyone who plays cricket, but obviously, unfortunately, it did happen, and it was a very sad time. And yeah, it's just horrible feeling. He was a great guy, Philip Hughes. Wonderful player, as I said, very talented. Cut short, unfortunately. That partnership that he put on with Ashton Agar at Trent Bridge was an amazing partnership. in 2013. And, burst on the scene, got back-to-back centuries in that tour in South Africa in 2009, announced himself. And, Cummins is in. And this one defended by Wokes to the offside, no run. Jihan says Sampa isn't a great fielder. He drops a lot of high balls. Yes, to say Jihan Khawaja wasn't great, but he has improved a lot. He has. And John says, yeah, still feels sick every time I think about it. And unfortunately, I saw the unedited footage. Yeah, John, I can understand that. Yeah, it's not a nice feeling, but it's just one of those things, isn't it? It's life. It just shows how valuable life is. And we have to make every moment of it. You can't waste a minute because we only got one life, and you got to make it the best you can, which is important. So it just makes you realize that, life's too short. Unfortunately, this one defended by Wokes, no run. Pat Cummins, he's bowled really well in the last few games. He's in now. This one short, uppercut by Wokes. Down to third man for 4. Gets it fine enough for a boundary to end the over. And he'll get 4 runs. End of the over, it's 6 for 186. So 11 overs remaining. The required run rate just getting out of hand for England now. It's just starting to get over 10. Once that gets over to 12 and over to a ball, very difficult indeed. We are getting towards the end of this match. And thanks, everyone, for sticking with us. It's been a long night, but if you weren't able to catch the stream tonight, we're going to be offering the stream highlights. So you can watch that back and see what happened during our live stream tonight on the stream highlights, which will be coming out of this game. And the ball's been replaced. So the umpires have replaced the ball, maybe some damage with the ball. Maybe the ball got a little bit too wet. So the Australian team asked for the ball to be changed, which is fair enough with the dew. Just making sure that everything's fair, and that's fair enough. Gian says, I saw the unedited footage too. It was a little weird how so many Australian players were playing in that match. Warner, Stark, Hazelwood, etc. Yeah, David Warner was near his side with Phillip Hughes. He was the first one there. Brad Haddon was in that game as well. And obviously, Phillip Hughes was playing for South Australia and obviously played for New South Wales, but moved to South Australia. And that game at the SCG, a lot of Australian players were playing that game as well. Yeah, very, very sad day indeed. Changed the game forever, really. Very sad. Sampa in. This one high in the air from Ali. He hasn't got enough on it. He's out. He's caught by Warner. He's gone. The 7th wicket has fallen. Ali's gone for 42, and you would think that's the game right there. Ali went for the big shot. David Warner caught it. Sampa's got his 3rd. You would think that's the game. They're into the bowlers now, Australia. Zampa picks up another wicket. He had to go for the big shot, Ali. The run rate was climbing. Warner takes it comfortably in the deep. On the leg side, he gives the fist pump, and he says, come on. Warner takes a brilliant catch. Moeen Ali gone for 42 or 43. It's 7 for 186. You would think that's probably the game done and dusted right there. And Jihan says, actually checked the scorecard. Hazelwood didn't play, but Watson did. Yeah, Shane Watson did as well, yeah. Obviously, it was in 2014, so just before Shane Watson retired. Because he retired not long after that. Just before the World Cup as well. Jihan says, what a catch from Warner. Yeah, what a catch. Jihan says, I loved how he took that. No way I'm dropping this. Well, you can trust David Warner. Look, he's a pretty good, safe pair of hands, you know. As soon as he hit that ball in the air, I caught it straight away, and I said he's out, and he caught it. So it was a little bit premature there on my part, calling that wicket. But I knew David Warner was going to catch that. It looked so comfortable, and he caught it. So you just know. He's not bad for a 37-year-old. But you would think now that's the game now. They're into the bowlers, Woakes and Willie. That's pretty much the game there, you would think. Jihan says, Moen played well there, but what was the need for that shot? That was a swing and hope for the best. Yeah, it was. And especially to that long side of the ground. It's quite a long boundary out there. And if you don't time it, you have to time it so well to hit it over the rope. And he didn't. That was just a poor shot. It just sums up England in this World Cup, Jihan. And in the way they batted, they've just been timid. They haven't been at their best. And they're going to lose by another 100-run margin here. They lost to 100 runs against India in the last game. And now they need 101 off 65, which looks very, very unlikely. As Zampa continues, he's in now to Willie, who defends. And there's no run. David Willey announced his retirement from international cricket, so he won't be playing for England after this tournament, which is he made that decision. And he's got to try and do something here for England, but they've got 3 wickets in hand. Zampa in. This one Yorks himself, Willie, but defends it out to the leg side, no run. Yeah, just having a look at that shot again from Moeen Ali. It was just a pretty poor shot, really. Just hope for the best and got caught out a deep mid-wicket by David Warner. Gian says, now, I know he's dropped the odd catch recently, but he barely drops a catch. And that one played out to mid-off by Willie. Yeah, he's a pretty good, reliable fielder, Warner. You know what you're going to get from him. He's fit, he's agile, takes the catches when needed. Jihan says, I was at Optus Stadium when he ran from mid-off to mid-on and took a catch over his head against Sri Lanka in the T20 World Cup last year. Yeah, I do remember that catch. That was a pretty good catch that he took. You know, he's a pretty good fielder, Warner. That's what you need to bring to this Australian side. Not only your batting and bowling, but your fielding as well. Zampa in, and this one defended by Woakes. Back to Zampa, no run. Excellent from Australia. Disappointing for England. Just when things started to go in their favour, they've just lost their wicket. And Australia have been able just to hang in there. And that's what you need to do in one-day cricket. It's a long period of time. It's 50 overs. There's plenty of time. We've got 10 overs after this, which is over 60 deliveries. It's still a long time. Zampa in. Defended by Woakes to the leg side. No run. It's a good over from Australia. End of the over, 7 for 187. 10 overs remain. Australia look on track to win 5 in a row and to qualify for the semi-finals, you would think, after today. They will finish an outright third by the end of the evening if they win, which they're on track to do so. And therefore, it's going to be a bit of a battle for the 4th place. New Zealand, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. Who will get that 4th place? Who will it be? There's still a lot to play out in this World Cup. Adam Zampa, best figures against England in one-day cricket. 3 for 20 today's ranked in 4th place overall in his career, so that's not bad. John says, always tough to catch with hands under the ball. Don't think anyone does that anymore. No, they usually catch with the fingers pointing up. Modern-day technique as Stark is in to finish off the job. This one on the pads, flicked by David Willey through mid-wicket for 4. A boundary for David Willey. Much needed one for England, but they're in a bit of a hole here. John says, okay, Jihan says, I'm a lot happier now. Lol. I was worried about half an hour ago. You never lost hope. I've become very cynical. Maybe it's the Englishness coming out of me. You always got to keep hope, Jihan. You always got to believe. I know it's a hard thing to do for some people, but you've got to be optimistic. And look what happened. Australia stuck in there and they picked up wickets and they're going to get the job done. So it just sums up England in this World Cup. You know, their batting has been very off. This one, a swing and a miss by Willie. Through to the keeper, no run. That run rate's nearly up to 10. It's 9.93. But you always got to keep a bit of hope and optimism, Jihan. I think that's an important thing in life, just to be optimistic. That's often a hard thing to do, but you always got to look at the positives rather than the negatives. Stark in. This one keeps low. Willie does well to dig it out, and there's no run. 7 for 191, chasing 287 England. Australia have been better tonight with the ball. The batting was a little bit up and down, but they managed to get to a score which is competitive. And in the end, you would think it's going to be enough with the way that England have been batting. They've been poor again, England. Very poor again. Not the best World Cup for them. They've got the Netherlands to come. Stark in, this one driven by Willie through the covers. It will be 4, will it? It will. David Warner can't cut it off at deep cover. So another boundary for Willie. Some hope, you would think, from England, but it looks very unlikely. They need 92 of 56. Well, David Willey announcing his retirement from international cricket, so he's going to have a bit of a swing. Why not? There's nothing to lose. And for England, this World Cup goes from bad to worse. It's just the manner of the defeats. They've lost by big margins. That's the concerning part for England. Stark. This one down the leg side. Going to be called a wide. Has to re-bowl that one again. John says, cynicism is a very Australian trait too. I guess people have different ways of thinking about things. But I always like to look at the positives and be optimistic. And for Australia, they've done well to pick up wickets when needed. Didn't really panic. Stark in, this one traps Willie on the pads, trickles out to the offside. They'll scamper through for a leg by and picks up a single. It's just the way that England have been playing in this World Cup. It's been very, very below their best. It's been very poor, very disappointing, you'll have to say, from their point of view. So they're in trouble, England. They're not going to qualify for the Champions Trophy. They're going to finish in last place. That's if they can win against the Netherlands. That's their next game, I think. And you never know, the Dutch may cause an upset there with the way that England are playing at the moment. Stark is in. This one full, driven by Wokes to mid-off for a single. It's the end of the over. 7 for 198. 9 overs remaining. "41 overs. Completed 9 overs. Left to bowl." Jihan says, okie dokie. John says, under promise and over deliver. Yes, you could say that about England in this World Cup. It's been very poor from them, and they've got a lot of thinking to do, really. A lot of pressure. Matthew Mott, coach, and Butler as captain. It hasn't really worked out, you would think, since Owen Morgan retired. Zampa to continue. He's in. This one defended by Wokes. Back to Zampa, no run. 89 off 53 required, so it's just getting out of hand now for England with the required run rate climbing towards that 12 and over. And 3 for 20 for Zampa. He's in his last over, so he could pick up a wicket or two here to finish off his 10. Zampa in. And this one down the leg side, traps Wokes on the pads, and there's no run. Pat Cummins has got protection on the rope. Everyone back. So protection for Zampa. Zampa in. This one tossed up and driven straight to cover by Wokes for no run. John says, I was talking about me. My glass always starts out half empty. That's a... Were you, John? My apologies. I thought you were talking about something else there. Zampa in. This one worked out to deep backward square leg by Wokes, and he'll pick up a single. 7 for 199, England. It's just been the manner of their defeats, England in this World Cup. Glenn Maxwell looking on. He looks in good spirits after his accident with that golf cart. But he should be back on Tuesday for the game against Afghanistan, which Australia will play next at the One Katie Stadium. This one defended on the back foot by Willie, no run. Zampa about to bowl his last ball, I should say, of his 10. He's in, and this one, swing and a miss by Willie. Through to the keeper, no run. Excellent from Zampa, 3 for 21 from his 10. Very good spell of bowling. End of the over, 7 for 199. 8 overs remaining. Jihan says, remember it was Wokes and Woods batting that won England the Ashes. Well, they did well in that series, Jihan, but I don't think they're going to do the job today against Australia. I don't think. Jihan says, actually, I forgot they didn't win. They drew. It's going to be difficult for them now. Getting out of hand, 7 for 199, 8 overs left. Yeah, England, very disappointing in this World Cup. It's just not really happening for them. Adam Zampa, the outright leader in the World Cup in terms of wickets. 19. He's ahead of Matashankar from Sri Lanka, who's got 18. Afridi and Jansen's got 16, and then Bumrah's got 15. Stark in, this one down the leg side. It's going to be called wide. 200 up for England. They need 87 off 48 balls. Gian says Maxwell doesn't look concussed. No, he looks pretty all right, Glenn. So he should be okay for Tuesday at the game against Afghanistan. Yeah, he looks all right. He's been batting in the nets and he's been ticking off the boxes and what he needs to do. So he should be all right. Stark in. This one full, lofted, up and over covers for 4 from Wokes, and it will be a boundary. He picks up a boundary, Wokes, up and over the top. He moves on to 11 off 16, 7 for 204. Not bad from Chris Wokes, just playing some shots here. Looks unlikely that England will get these runs that require run rate climbing out of control. But he's having a bit of a swing of the bat nonetheless. Chris Wokes, 11 off 16 for him. Willie, 9 off 10. And this is 8-wicket partnership, 83 or 47 required. 2 for 60 for Stark, but he broke it open at the start with the 2 wickets of Bairstow and Root. That really got Australia, got them underway in this bowling performance. Stark in. This one, an inside edge by Wokes to the onside to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Well, it's pretty much a bit of a drab end to this match, you would say. Australia pretty much on track to win 5 in a row. Jihan says, oh God, Nasser Hussain is going on about how England used to belt the spin regularly. Just be quiet and you let Zampa bowl today. That one worked out to the leg side, single for Wokes. Yeah, they haven't played spin all that well in this World Cup, England. Just had a look at the stats on the screen before. It's been pretty poor. John says, Maxi should have sat down with his head bandaged like Basil Fawlty, probably before your time. I've seen Fawlty Towers, John. Not bad. It's quite funny, Fawlty Towers. Before my time, but I've seen it on the reruns. John Cleese, very funny man. Stark in. And this one pulled down to fine leg for a couple of runs at least from Willie. And he will pick up 2. Yeah, but I've seen Fawlty Towers. It's quite a funny show, actually. You know, Basil Fawlty, John Cleese, Monty Python. Love it. Very funny. So I've seen Monty Python as well. You know, all the movies. Very funny. He's not the Messiah. He's just a very naughty boy. From the life of Brian. The Holy Grail. It's only a flesh wound. The Black Knight. What do you mean it's only a flesh wound? I cut your arm off. Stark in. This one full. Down the leg side, but they'll scamper through for a leg bye potentially. Jihan says, nope, that was my childhood, John. Watched the 12 episodes multiple times. Yeah, only 12 episodes of Fawlty Towers. They didn't really produce many episodes. It's sort of like with Mr. Bean. Only a handful of episodes, but we remember them for a very long time. As Jihan says, don't mention the war. Yeah, that was a little bit awkward, wasn't it, in that episode? That's very funny indeed. John Cleese, Monty Python, Fawlty Towers. Stark in, this one full, driven by Wilkes to deep point for a boundary. It's not a bad way to end the over. 4 runs. End of the over, it's 7 for 212. 7 overs remaining. Marnus Labuschagne looked a little bit ginger as he was getting back up after that dive, but he's okay, and he will continue on. So 7 for 212, 7 overs remaining for England, and looks a little bit of a drab end to this match as Australia on track to win another game in this World Cup. And to pretty much qualify for the semi-finals, you would think. After a 0-2 start, it's been a pretty good comeback from Australia in this World Cup. They always find a way to come back. Batted well today, Marnus Labuschagne. He's pretty good in the field as well. Good commitment on that last ball. Couldn't cut it off for 4, but you can't fault his effort nonetheless. And John says, Mr. Bean with Christmas turkey, Blackadder for the win. Absolutely, John. Blackadder is very funny as well. I've watched that as well. Rowan Atkinson, a wonderful comedian. One of my favorites to watch. Mr. Bean, Blackadder, you can't beat it. You know, brilliant shows. And just the way he acted was superb, Rowan Atkinson. Yeah, wonderful actor, wonderful comedian. One of the best in the business. This one short, pulled by Willie for a boundary to deep mid-wicket for 4. So England are picking up some boundaries, but you would think it's a little bit too late. Josh Hazlewood just trying to slow a ball there, roll the fingers across it, but Willie was good enough to hit that for a boundary. Jihan says, yeah, Rowan Atkinson was brilliant. Yeah, he's pretty good. Rowan Atkinson, wonderful comedian. Jihan says, my favourite Blackadder series was the 4th one, set during World War I. Yeah, that wasn't a bad series. Hazlewood in, flicked by Willie, and taken. What a catch from Adam Zampa. An absolute ripper. Oh, what a catch. Adam Zampa has taken an absolute brilliant catch. At fine leg, dived, full stretch, and he's taken it cleanly. Willie went for the big heave-ho, tried to help it on its way, down to fine leg, but he picked out Adam Zampa. Oh, it was sort of like Glenn McGrath. Sort of caught it in the wrong hand. But he took the catch nonetheless. What an outstanding catch from Zampa. We talked about his fielding a little bit earlier, but he can take some good catches, and he took a brilliant catch there. Willie has to go for 15 off 14. It's 8 for 216. Outstanding catch from Adam Zampa. Even though we talked about his fielding and said he's not probably one of the best fielders in the Australian team, but that was a brilliant catch. Outstanding catch. Jihan says, and Hugh Laurie played the typical posh private school Wally. Yeah, Hugh Laurie, he's another good comedian. Jihan says, oh my God, Zampa took a catch on the boundary. I don't know, it sort of reminded me of Glenn McGrath's catch in Adelaide, where the ball just bounced in the opposite hand and he caught it in the wrong hand. But yeah, brilliant catch from Zampa nonetheless. Well, you would think that's pretty much the end of this game as Adil Rashid arrives to the crease. And Jihan says that was a hard catch too. It was always getting away from him. It wasn't an easy catch, but he made good ground. He's pretty happy with himself, Adam Zampa. He batted well today. He bowled well, and he took a very good catch. Hazelwood in. And this one defended by Rashid to the offside, no run. Well, David Willey hit a few boundaries away, but this one was a little bit out of his reach. Trying to hit another boundary, trying to play a big shot, but an excellent catch from Zampa. Dove in full stretch, good slide, made good ground, excellent catch. Hazelwood in. This one cut away by Rashid through backward point. Warner does well to cut it off at deep point, and they'll come through for a couple of runs. Excellent from Australia in the field. Good commitment. Some good catching tonight. And David Warner, excellent in the field again. Putting his body on the line. That's what you want to see. John says Wibble. Is that referring to anything, John? Blackadder in particular, maybe? This one played out to square leg by Rashid for a single. Yes, having a look in the replay. Excellent catch from Adam Zampa. Really superb catch from him. And he was quite happy about it. David Willey not so happy about the shot. Didn't quite time it and paid the price, unfortunately, and his wicket with it as well. Yeah. He made up a lot of ground, Adam Zampa, 27 metres from fine leg to take that catch. That's a lot of ground to make up. Hazelwood in. This one short, pulled by Wokes, through mid-wicket for 4. So a boundary for Chris Wokes, looking to get the job done if he can, but it looks unlikely now, and that's the end of the over. 6 overs remaining as England look to try and get something out of this game, and Australia on track to win 5 in a row. England 8 down for 223. There's 6 overs remaining. And you would have to say those vital runs from Adam Zampa down the order have been crucial for Australia in this game. Every run counted. Cummins in. This one full, and Rashid works it out. Oh, he was nearly run out. He was looking for the quick single, Rashid. Good fielding from Green at cover. And in the end, it's a dot ball. Jihan says, I never understand why we give Chris Wokes free runs. John says, Blackadder trying to prove he was insane. Stuck 2 pencils up his nose, his underpants on his head, and answered every question with Wibble. Yes, I do remember that, John, in one of the episodes. Cummins in. This one worked out by Rashid to deep backward square leg for a single. Yes, I do remember that episode, John, with Blackadder, that particular episode that you're describing. Jihan says, NASA still thinks England can win. It's going to be difficult from them now. 2 wickets in hand, and that required run rate getting out of hand. Australia, if they win tonight, they're pretty much through to the semis. They'll finish in third place outright because New Zealand lost to New Zealand today in that rain-affected match in Bengaluru. And they collected the 2 points, Pakistan. New Zealand have lost 4 on the trot, actually. Slow ball bouncer from Cummins. Wokes tries to catch up with it. Play and a miss, through to the keeper, no run. Excuse me. Cummins in. And this one, gets a single, Wokes. Bit of a misfielder cover. Jihan says, New Zealand lost to New Zealand. How do they manage that? It's early in the morning, Jihan, so I'm not quite thinking straight. It's nearly 3 o'clock, so lack of sleep kicking in. But New Zealand, they lost to Pakistan. So for New Zealand, they may not qualify for the semi-finals. They've lost 4 on the trot now. They started so well, and then it's just fallen away for them. Cummins in, this one cut by Rashid, just falling short of backward point for no run. Smith does the fielding. But, yeah. It's been good from Australia tonight. They've found a way to pick up these wickets, and England 8 down for 225 is a reflection of that. 62 of 31 required for England. Ricky Ponting, Earl Morgan, Nasser Hussain on commentary. And I think Ricky Ponting is enjoying this, being the only Australian commentator at the moment. Cummins in, this one short, pulled away by Rashid down fine leg for a single. It's the end of the over. It is 8 for 226. Jihan says, excuse me, everyone got excited by New Zealand at the start, but they had the easiest run. They did, New Zealand. But unfortunately, they haven't been good in the top 4 when versing India, South Africa, and Australia. They've lost to them, and they've lost to Pakistan because of the rain. So it just hasn't gone their way. Injuries as well for New Zealand. And Matt Henry being ruled out because of a hamstring. Carl Jamieson brought back in. I guess the good thing for New Zealand is that Kane Williamson is back. And he scored runs today, 95. So, yeah, but for New Zealand, it's going to be tough for them now. But they've got Sri Lanka next. So you'd think they should win against Sri Lanka. Hazelwood in. This one full, driven by Rashid to wide mid-off for a single. Jihan says, the only tough game they had was England. But at that point, no one knew how ordinary England were going to be. That's right. That was their toughest game at the start. And then obviously England have collapsed the way they have. And obviously they're going to lose another game here, unfortunately, to Australia. But yeah, New Zealand, that's the way tournament cricket goes. You have a good start and then you start to decline a little bit. And that's what happened. John says, come on, boys, let's finish it. That's right, John. Let's finish off the job. Hazelwood in. This one, a play and a miss by Wokes. Through to the keeper, no run. So Australia will be looking to bowl England out, finish it off, improve the net run rate. Judging by the calculations off the top of my head, I think it will be improved, but I don't know by how much. We need to get the abacuses and the calculators out. But it doesn't matter with net run rate now for Australia. What really matters is they get 2 points and really get a bit of a gap between them and the 4th place team on the table, because they're going to play. You want to finish in 3rd. You don't want to finish in last in the top 4 because you play India or South Africa the way that the semi-finals line up. Swing and a miss by Wokes. Try to lap it. got inside the line, but playing a miss through the keeper, no run. Let's finish it off, Australia. My jaw's getting a little bit sore after talking for nearly 4 hours. So just finish it off, lads, and we can have a good early finish. Hazelwood in. This one's slapped by Works to deep cover for a single. Gian says, nah, this might be another New Zealand all over again. Win by 5 runs. Well, I don't think that's going to happen again, Jihan. Pretty much this is the end, you would think. That was a good game, the New Zealand game against Australia. Probably one of the best in this World Cup, up there with Pakistan and South Africa. That's for sure. Australia will finish it off. Look, 59 off 26. Get a wicket here, 9 down, bowl them out. Hazelwood in. This one short, pulled by Rashid. Sort of a flick with that pull shot. Cameron Green can't cut it off. It will be 4, and his pants pull down. Cameron Green, as he went to slide and cut that off. In the end, it went for 4, but his pants pulled down. It reminded me of the South African fielder in one of the early games in the 2000s at the Telstra Dome or in Docklands. His pants were pulled down as he was diving. I can't remember the name of the fielder. It will come to me. Jihan, the time here in South Australia, it's just past 3 o'clock. Nearly 5 minutes past 3. So just hoping Australia can finish it off so I can go to bed. Hazelwood in. This one's slapped by Rashid to deep point for a single. End of the over, 8 for 233. Well, Cameron Green not happy that his pants got pulled down there. But just trying to think of that South African fielder that had his pants pulled down. Was it? I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. One of those early games when Australia played South Africa in Docklands in the early 2000s. Went to dive, slide, and his pants got pulled down like Cameron Green. I'm just trying to think of what was his name. Maybe you would remember, Jihan, that particular game I'm talking about. Jihan says, wow, it's half midnight here. Very humid outside after a hot day. Yeah, it was pretty warm here. Not as hot as Perth, but it was warmish. This one pulled by Rashid down to a deep wide long on for a single off Pat Cummins, who continues. 53 off 23 required. And Jihan says Nas is getting decided about Rashid's 11 not out. He can bat Rashid, but you would think it's a little bit too far away from England now. Cummins in. This one a slower ball. Played a miss by Wokes. Through to the keeper, no run. John says 3:30 for me. And I have to be up at 6. Sleep's overrated. Well, it's important, John. It's important sleep. But if there's cricket concern, you got to stay up and watch it, I suppose. It is a Sunday morning after all, so it's the weekend. And Australia looking to finish this off. Cummins in. This one a slower ball. And played out to the offside by Wokes for a single. Jihan says, oh my God, do you have work tomorrow? I think that's John's comment there. Yes, it is early in the morning, that's for sure. And as Cummins is in, this one short pull by Rashid through square leg. He'll pick out David Warner at deep square leg for 1. 51 off 20 now for Australia. So this game getting towards its natural conclusion. Either we bowl the 50 overs or England get bowled out. Jihan says, Earl Morgan is saying the game's going to go the distance. There's still confidence. They're still confident. Yeah, I doubt it. It looks pretty out of reach now, you would think. Cummins in, Wokes hits it over long off for 6. Well, maybe there's still hope because he's hit it for 6. 45 off 19, but Australia will be looking to get it done. Good shot from Wokes over wide, long off for 6 into the England dugout. And John says, worse, we have to babysit 3 grandkids. Well, that's a lot of work, John. But rewarding at the same time, I suppose. This one pulled to deep square leg for a single from Wokes. 44 off 18. It's the end of the over. 8 for 243. So Australia looking to finish it up now. 3 overs remaining. Look to get the job done. A wicket here will certainly do that. Jihan says, come on, get that trash Wokes out. He can barely hold the bat. Yeah. Well, I think just keep him off strike and bowl to Rashid, really. Keep him quiet. Adil Rashid will probably go for a big shot, you would think. Marcus Stoinis is back. So I think Mitchell Stark's bowled out, I think. Let's have a look and see at the options that Cummins has got. 44 off 18. 2 wickets in hand for England. Jihan says, remember there's Wood to come. Yeah, Mark Wood can give it a swing, but if they lose the wickets quickly, then it's all over. So Australia got protection on the boundary. They've got everyone back. All 5 fielders are back. Deep point, deep backward square leg. They've got a deep mid-wicket. They've got a deep long on and a long off. 44 off 18 for England. They need 14 and over. The required run rate. So Marcus Stoinis about to bowl his 4th over. He's in now to Wokes. And this one off the pads. Down to fine leg. Labuschagne will come around, cut it off for 2. They'll make it. 2 runs. Gian says, remember the 24 off 8 at Headingley? Yes, he did. He did smash that, Mark Wood, but different sort of format and a different sort of situation here. In a run chase, pressure on. Need 42 off 17, England, as we get to the latter stages of this innings. Australia pick up a wicket here, get rid of Wokes, get into Wood and number 11, pretty much wrap it up here. Get the job done with 2 overs remaining. Stoinis in, this one full, and Wokes works it out to mid-on, deep mid-on for a single. It's good from Stoinis. Bowl some Yorkers, get it in the block hole, and just make it hard for Wokes to try and access the ball, try and get underneath it. John says Hazlewood head and Stoinis are left. Yes, obviously Cummins has bowled out and Stark has bowled out. So Hazlewood's got a few overs left and Stoinis. So definitely not Travis Head will be bowling, obviously. It'll be Hazlewood and Stoinis to wrap it up. Gian says, geez, they're so excited in the commentary box. Yeah, I guess you got to suppose to keep the tension. I suppose Jihan build it up. But 41 off 16, realistically, can they do that with 8 wickets down? Unlikely. Stoinis in. This one a full toss and a very awkward shot from Adil Rashid. It's gone for 6. He tried to pull that to the leg side and he got a top edge and it went over third man. I think they're going to check to see if it was above the waist. Chris Gaffney is checking. Nope, it's fine. Jihan says Morgan and Nasser think England are ahead. Yeah. Well, they hit a 6 there. Slipped out of their hand there, Stoinis. I don't think that was the ball he wanted to bowl. A very awkward shot from Rashid, but very effective. It went for 6. He got a top edge. Trying to work it to the leg side and went to the offside. Stoinis in. This one pulled by Rashid to deep square leg just for a single. Deep mid-wicket, sorry. Smith does the fielding. There's only one. 250 up for England. 34 off 14. That was borderline in terms of, was it above the waist? But he got away with that, Stoinis. And a bit of luck for Rashid, I suppose. He threw his hands at that. John says, Hazelwood has one left. Green hasn't bowled at all, has he? No, he hasn't. Well, I suppose you got Marcus Stoinis today, John, so you don't need a bowl Green. He wasn't required. This one, a slower ball from Stoinis, playing a miss by Wokes, through to the keeper, no run. 34 off 13 for England required as we get to the latter stages of this innings. But to go back to your comment, John, yes, he hasn't bowled today. Obviously, Marcus Stoinis has bowled those overs. So he could have bowled if required, Green, but not needed today. Because Australia have enough options anyway. So he wasn't required today, which is fair enough. That's the decision of Pat Cummins. Stoinis in. This one a full toss. And taken at fine leg. An excellent catch from Labuschagne. 9th wicket falls. That's the end of Chris Wokes. Helped it on its way, but straight into the hands of Marnus Labuschagne at fine leg. 9 down, England. And it was a good partnership between Wokes and Rashid. Something for England to gain in this match. But it ends. Labuschagne takes a very good catch at fine leg. Stoinis picks up a wicket. Not a bad way to end the over. Just checking to see if it was above the waist. It wasn't above the waist. That was fine. It was well below the waist. He was on one knee. I don't know why we were checking the no ball for above the waist. That was fine. Got to be sure in these situations. Wokes gone for 32 or 33. It's 9 for 253. Mark Wood comes to the crease, number 11. We have 2 overs remaining. England lose their 9th wicket, and the end is nigh. Australia will be looking to wrap it up in probably one delivery here. Jihan says, yes, we got Wokes. He scores annoying runs. He does. It was frustrating there a little bit, but good from Australia just to break that partnership, finish it off now, get it done, because I've pretty much got a sore mouth and my jaw's very sore from speaking for nearly 3.5 hours. So it would be nice if we can finish it off so I can rest my voice and my jaw, because it's very hard talking by yourself for nearly 4 hours, but the things we do for cricket, hey? Josh Hazelwood will bowl his last over, and probably the last over of this match. 34 off 12 required for England, as Adil Rashid will be on strike. He's 20 off 14. England need 34 off 12. Hazelwood in. This one short. Top edge from Rashid. It could be all over. Inglis underneath it. Takes the catch. Game, set and match. And Australia win. 5 on the trot. England bowled out for 253. Their horrid World Cup continues. And Adil Rashid went for the big shot, the big heave-ho. Australia win by 33 runs in the end. They cement their spot in the top 4, and they march on to the semi-finals with 2 games left to play against Afghanistan and Bangladesh next week. For England, they are dead last on the World Cup table, and their World Cup goes from bad to worse. Another loss for the English. As an Australian fan, it's probably the best sight to see in the world, I suppose. But as we have a look at the last wicket, Adil Rashid went for the big heave-ho, top edge, easy catch for Inglis. And that's all it was for Australia to win this game. And Adil Rashid is the last wicket to fall for 20. England all out for 253. And there we have it. Australia win this match comfortably. In the end, they got the job done. Jihan says 24 off 8, and England have this. Woods in. And Jihan says, woohoo. And yesterday, G, I'm so happy. I had nightmares England were going to win today. Well, in the end, they fell 33 runs short. So in the end, a pretty good win from Australia. They got the job done. That's the That's the end of it. John says, phew. That's right. Australia win 5 in a row. And they're pretty much cement a spot in the semi-finals for England. Just disappointing, really. It's been a very disappointing World Cup. Been very poor, and they'll be very disappointed with how they played in this World Cup, that's for sure. Pat Cummins leads his team off with good spirits and everyone happy and very happy with the win. And, pretty good win. Australia have done really well. 5 on the trot. Jihan says, and good thing is they still played well despite the top order not firing today. Yeah, the batting was a bit up and down, as you would expected. But to get to a score of 286 and to bowl England out for 253 is a good result. So I think they should be very happy with that, Australia. And they're pretty much in the semis, you would think now. They should win against Afghanistan and Bangladesh. The last 2 games, pretty much finish outright third on the table, where you want to be, I think. So there we go. John says, now if India beats South Africa, can we jag a leap over them into second somehow? Too much to ask for. But I think, John, the best result for Australia is to finish in third. If you finish in third place, if South Africa lose tomorrow or today against India, then I think Australia prefer to play South Africa in the semi-final than India. So South Africa, they've got India today, and they've got Afghanistan to play. So you'd think South Africa would win against Afghanistan. Obviously, Afghanistan have done well in this World Cup, but I think that's going to be a challenge for them. Australia, if they win the last 2 games against Afghanistan and Bangladesh, finish in third place, get a bit of a gap between the 4th place team, finish in third, I think that's a good result for Australia. But we have to see what happens with India and South Africa today and what happens there. Gian says, I think we'll have to better Afghanistan and Bangladesh to get ahead of South Africa's net run rate. Yeah, it'll come down to the net run rate situation there. So Australia will most likely finish in third place. I don't think that's a bad result. You want to finish in that second bracket. You want to finish in second or third. Play the second semi-final. Jihan says, best bowling performance of the tournament for Australia. I think it was. I think they've done well. It was a little bit wayward at times, but I think they did very well to get the job done. I think they'll be happy with that. A few areas to improve on, as always, but I think it was one of their best performances. John says, isn't it 1 versus 3 and 2 versus 4 in the semis? No, it isn't, John. It's 1 versus 4 and 2 versus 3. As Jihan says. You're correct, Jihan. Yep, you're correct. So at the moment, India, so they're in first place. They'll verse the 4th place team. South Africa in second. They'll verse Australia in third place. So Australia, I think they'll be happy not to play India in the semi-final, given how India have played. So I think it's a good result for Australia to win tonight, which they have done, win against Afghanistan, win against Bangladesh, which you think they should, finish in third place, correct that gap between the 4th place team, play the semi-final against South Africa. I think Australia will be happy with that. Probably you're thinking about AFL there, John, because that's usually in the AFL, isn't it? So it's a bit different in World Cups. It's a different seeding. But I think Australia will be happy to finish in the third place position. Realistically, from where they were, 0-2 at the bottom of the table at the start of the tournament to now, Australia have done well to come back. 5 on the trot, just playing their best cricket at the right time. So we'll have a bit of a recap of how how this match went down before we sign off. John says, okay, then it shouldn't matter if we finish second or third. No, it doesn't really matter, John. It doesn't really matter. You'll be playing each other anyway. It doesn't matter where you finish in that position. So I think Australia will be happy to play South Africa if that's the case. Jihan says, great cricketer, guys. We'll be talking about Josh Butler's sad eyes tomorrow. Well, it's another tough press conference for him now. And, for him in this World Cup, it's another tough, interview with Michael Atherton, I think he's going to be doing with. It's going to be tough for him just to say, what went wrong again. A lot of things went wrong again for England. So, yeah. But for Australia, a brilliant win nonetheless. Adam Zampa's the man of the match, player of the match, I should say. He's having a few words as we watch him have a few words at the post-match presentation. That gives us a good opportunity just to run down of what happened today before we sign off. And Australia winning this match by 33 runs. So we'll have a bit of a run through of the card and see how this match ended before we sign off for the evening. So Australia batted first, bowled out for 286 from the 50 overs. And Marnus Labuschagne top scored. He batted really well to really guide Australia to that score of 286. He top scored with 71 off 83. And Australia bowled out for 286 in 49.3 overs. For the England bowlers, wickets were shared around. 4 wickets for Wokes for 54. 2 wickets for 38 for Rashid. A wicket for Willie and Liam Livingstone. 2 wickets for Mark Wood. For England, their batting lost early wickets, bit up and down. Ben Stokes top score was 64. Darwin Milan got a 50. Apart from that, nothing really much, really. Same old story from England. Bowled out for 253 in 48.1 overs. The Australian bowling was pretty good. Wickets were shared around. Adam Zampa, the player of the match, 3 for 21. A wicket for Marcus Stoinis, 2 wickets for Cummins, Hazelwood and Stark, no wickets for Travis Head. And Australia winning by 33 runs to win 5 on the trot. And Adam Zampa, the player of the match. And rightly so, he batted well. He got 29 with the bat and he got 3 wickets. So there we go. For Australia, their next game is against Afghanistan. That will be on Tuesday. That will be at the 1KD Stadium in Mumbai. And then after that, later on in the week, they've got Bangladesh. And you would think Australia will continue their winning streak. Bangladesh not playing well at the moment in this World Cup. Afghanistan will be a challenge, but you would think Australia on the current form, they should be able to get the job done. For England, their next game is against the Netherlands. That will be next Wednesday. And that will be in Pune. And that's going to be their next game. And yeah, tough for England. Can they get a win on the board? The Netherlands have been playing some good cricket in this World Cup. So, yeah, disappointing for England. John says, well, I have to tap out. See you next time. Thank you, John. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for joining us and take care. Well, there we have it. Australia win by 33 runs. England bowled out for 253. They've won 5 games in a row, Australia. They've done well to bounce back in this World Cup, that's for sure. If there are not any more comments left, we will sign off. If you have any last words on this match, we'll be happy to answer them before we sign off on what has been another good win by Australia. They've done well. Wasn't their fluid best today, Australia, with the bat, but with the ball, they did well to defend a score of 286, which was, in the end, enough. And England, yet again, disappointing performance, really poor. And, they've got some work to do ahead of the next game against the Netherlands. So there we have it. And well, thanks everyone for joining us for this live stream today. You can catch highlights of the stream if you weren't able to watch the stream today. You can catch highlights of the stream, which will be available very shortly if you didn't catch the stream tonight. So that will be coming out in the next few days. Jihan, final comment to finish off. And you say, thanks for the stream. No worries, Jihan. Glad you enjoyed it. You say, I might be able to join you for the semis. I can ask Gabe too, maybe. Yeah, it would be good to have Gabe if he can join us. I know he talked about it, probably potentially streaming. So that would be good. That would be good indeed. But yeah, that's all right, Jihan. I hope you enjoyed it. And it'll be good to have you on. That's for sure. As we progress to the semi-finals, which are not far away, and obviously it would be good if we can have Gabe too, if he has the time to see Australia potentially win another semi-final and hopefully another World Cup. But a brilliant win by the team today. So that, I think that will do it for us. So an opportunity for us to get some rest before we do it all again next week on Tuesday, where Australia take on Afghanistan. That will be next Tuesday, Australia's next game of this World Cup. If you haven't done so already, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. Help us get to 1,000 subscribers. We're not far away from 1,000. We're looking to do that by the end of the year. So hopefully you can support the channel and subscribe if you haven't done so yet. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram as well. And also the podcast is available on Anchor, Spotify, and on Apple Podcasts. You can listen to us there as well. Make sure you do all those good things. It really helps the channel out. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. We hope to see you back again. Back for the next game, Australia versus Afghanistan. Join us then for another live stream. Until next time, keep safe and bye for now.